Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, guests. If we could all please bow our heads in prayer. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we give you all praise and glory for this day. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be together as the Hawaiian Homes Commission to discuss the subjects at hand. We ask you, Lord, that you please be in our midst throughout this day. We ask that you please bless each and every person in this room and those who are tuning in online. We give you all the praise and the glory in the name of our Lord and
Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wolf?
Here.
Commissioner Freitas?
Here.
Commissioner Helm? Commissioner Kalekini? Commissioner Kaneaku is on his way. Commissioner Marfil?
Ew.
For 15 HANA meeting minutes, or October 16th and 17th Kahalui meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes as motion as the minutes? So moved.
Nevis, Helm.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay,
He just walked in, but we can do Patty first. Let's do Patty.
okay. For this agenda item, I'd like to do the approval of honoring Patty, won't you come up here and you can stand. Okay, whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya is the youngest daughter of George Hitoshi Teruya and Joanne Kamuela Kahanamoku. She is the grandniece of Duke Paoa Kahinu Hulikohola Kahanamoku, Hawaii's Waterman Ambassador, and whereas the Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya is a native as Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya is involved in the U.S. Marine Reserve Toys for Tots program, and the Neighborhood Security Watch Council. And whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya has also committed herself to bettering the community through her involvement in various commissions, associations, foundations, and nonprofit organizations, including the Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement and the Duke Kahanamoku Ocean Fest. And whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya has also a former member of the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Association, the Lualualei Hawaiian Civic Club, and the Waianae Lions Club. And whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya is an advocate for the waitlisters and served as a member of the Fairness in Lease Transfers Permitted Interaction Group tasked with addressing the specific issue of profiting from lease transfers. And whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya is a steadfast proponent for Hawaiian Homes Commission Act beneficiaries and could never be characterized as a rubber stamp. Her tenacity and persistence in addressing vacant lots, dilapidated homes, and lease violation enforcement are unparalleled. And whereas Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya, with her effervescent smile and aloha spirit and golden heart, continues to be a staunch advocate for her community. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the undersigned, duly recognized as the chairman and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on this 20th day of November 2023, do set forth their signature in recognition of Patricia Kemi Kahanamoku Teruya and her service to the legacy of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaneanaole and the thousands of beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be transmitted in its entirety to her hana. Adopted this 20th day of November 2023 at Haleponui, Kapolei, State of Hawaii by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in regular meeting assembled. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, well. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. At first, I give all glory to Piahu. I give glory to God that I can be able to serve God first in my community, that I can advocate for our beneficiaries. So I give all glory to our Father God. I thank you for the commission, all of the commissions island-wide, for your tireless work and your tireless and noticing my recognition. It is not a very easy, what you call seat to serve. It's like a full-time job. And I was kind of waiting for a paycheck to come on this side, but I Kalamai, I understand. But we do it out of love for our people and for the Hawaiian Homestead Act for Prince Kuhio, that we can serve our beneficiaries and keep our duty, and our fiduciary duty is our people and beneficiaries. And most of all, that we serve God in a very powerful way in this community. So I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, commissioners. I love you all. I'm so glad to be here. It's kind of different on the other side, but I'll be here supporting our beneficiaries and actually assisting you to make sure that we move together and not to forget the people that we serve. So I thank you very much. Mahalo. Aloha.
Eddie, we'd like to have another resolution by Senator Gabbard and Representative Diamond.
I'm so blessed to have Senator Gabbard. I used to work for Senator Gabbard many years ago, and he was one of the officials that never called me by name. He always called me, hey, sister, or tita, and so with that, I treasure his friendship and his servant here as a senator on this homestead in Kapolei. You serve a very powerful area. We have so much development, Senator, on the Hawaiian homestead. So thank you so much.
Hello, Mike Kako, and
Hello.
forgive me for the formal attire. I'm on my way we have a special session today where we're considering 2 Supreme Court appointees. And so, Rep. Garcia gave me a call, and we decided to make a joint presentation from the legislature to honor Patty. And so, the 32nd legislature of the state of Hawaii, we hereby commend and honor Patty Kahanamoku Teruya for her extraordinary dedication and unwavering commitment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. standing as a shining example of leadership and selfless service, and extends our heartfelt wishes for continued success and fulfillment in all your future endeavors.
Here you go, 1, 2, 3.
Again, mahalo nui loa, aloha, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to say my heartfelt thanks for all you do for our state. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Sure. Because you know me, I like to allow, but I just wanted to thank you to the beneficiaries that come, that are here today here. They're here from all over of the beneficiaries are Lahui. So I want to recognize them for finding the time to come to this meeting. And so I appreciate our beneficiaries always that show up and will be participating in our meeting. So thank you and mahalo nui loa.
Thank you, Patty.
I don't know.
This is a formality. Can I have a motion to approve that resolution, including the one for Commissioner Kaupu? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay. Next agenda item would be the approval of the resolution 306. Russell, can you come up? And we'll give you the signed ones at dinner tonight. Okay, this approval of resolution 306 honoring Russell Kaveloa Kaupu for his service to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Whereas Russell Kaupu was appointed to the commission on December 2nd, 2019 by Governor David Ige, and whereas the Commissioner Kaupu was born on September 26, 1966, to Kahu David K. Kaupu and the late E. Darlene Kaupu in Hanapepe, Kauai, and was raised in Kapalama, Oahu. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu graduated from the Kamehameha schools in Kapalama, Oahu in 1984, which is where he met his wife of 32 years, Gainer Mahialani Makanui Kaupu. Together they have 4 children and so far 3 mo puna, and whereas Commissioner Kaupu attended Willamette University in Salem, Oregon, after achieving bachelor's degree in business economics and mathematics in 1988, he enrolled in and completed a joint master's degree program at Willamette, earning a master's in business administration and a Juris Doctorate of Law in 1992. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu returned home to Hawaii to practice law and remains a member of the Hawaii State Bar Association. His career in law included being a partner at the Honolulu firm of Goodsell, Anderson, Quinn, and Stifel, and then moving in-house with one of his clients to be general counsel for the McNaughton Group, a Hawaii real estate development company. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu is an entrepreneur and has successfully founded or acquired and run Mauna Kea Integrated Solutions, LLC, Pacific Gloves and Services, Services, LLC, Spot Fuel Hawaii, LLC, Oahu Sports Council, LLC, Oahu Development, LLC, and Kinohi Heia, LLC. And whereas the Commissioner Kaupu is dedicated to public service in his community, he served as a past chair and board member of the Hawaii Conference Foundation and continues membership on the boards of Pacific School of Religion, Kalihi Palama Health Center, and Hawaii Homeless Healthcare, Hui. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu is passionate about his Hawaiian community, he is an deacon of Kalihi and Wanalua Church, a Kalawina church that is a member of the Hawaii Conference of United Church of Christ, and its Association of Hawaiian Evangelical Churches, is active with the Kamehameha Alumni Association and the Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce, and has coached high school football in Hawaii since returning home from graduate school. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu is a forward thinker and as such served as a member of several permitted interaction groups, including the DHHL General Plan Update Committee, the Investment Committee, and the Act 279 Wait List Reduction Committee, and chaired the Geothermal Investigation Committee to study, evaluate, and recommend strategies related to geothermal exploration, feasibility, and extraction on Hawaiian homelands. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu is known for his witty, bright, and sometimes startling humor, his constructivist perspective often brought forth challenging discussions. He is a brilliant, diligent legal eagle, or beagle actually. He is an angel from heaven, working on ways to assist beneficiaries in their quest for a home. And whereas Commissioner Kaupu resigned from the commission office this past June 2023 to accept a staff position with DHHL, and we thank you for that, where the community serves as currently serves as a property development agent in the office of the chair and as a staff member of the geothermal PIG. And now, therefore, be it resolved, undersigned, duly recognized as the chairman, and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission do set forth their signatures in recognition of Russell Veloa Kaupu and his service to the legacy of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaniano Ole and the thousands of beneficiaries in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, adopted this 20th day of November 2023 at Halapono'i, Kapolei, State of Hawaii, by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in a regular meeting. Congratulations.
Mahalo, Chair and Commissioners. It's good to be here in your presence again. To the new commissioners, it's an opportunity to work with you, so I look forward to that. It's always difficult to sit at the table and then hear nice things about you. And then to sit in front of the chair and Kuhio's portrait and all of you, I'm very thankful. It's Thanksgiving time, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity I had to serve as a commissioner, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to continue that within the department. And I just want to say mahalo to all of you, and also to Patty, because I know it's nice that Patty on the same day is getting the same kind of mahalo. Everyone knows that, working with Patty, you don't always agree on everything, but you agree on where she wants to be and where her heart is, and her heart is for the beneficiaries and for the trust. So mahalo, Patty, for being a good friend, not always on the same side of the table, but always being there for the beneficiaries. And then for the rest of you, mahalo for your service, mahalo for your friendship. Look forward to continuing the work. Aloha.
Thank you, Russ. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and so we can do some picture taking.
Commissioner
Okay, why don't we get started again? The this meeting is called to order. We'll start with public testimony on the agenda items. You can either testify now or when the item is called, your choice. First person, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha Chair Kali
Aloha.
and Commissioners. And Commissioner Sanoy, aloha from Nanakuli. Staff and Lahui, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. The administrative law of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act specifically states under HRS 10-2-16A, it is the desire of the Commission that functions and duties administrative in nature be delegated to the chairman, and duties requiring the exercise of judgment or discretion continue to reside with the commission. I repeat, and duties requiring the exercise of judgment or discretion continue to reside with the commission. HRS 10-2-16B7 states, the commission shall be deemed to have delegated to the chairman, ... including the following. Number 7, to sign commission resolutions, license, leases, and contracts approved by the commission. I repeat, approved by the commission. The power of judgment and discretion should always remain with the commissioners. My concern is that C4, C6, F1, F2, and F3 are all written for the first time with confusing agenda descriptions as compared to the packet submittals, motion, and action. My concern is that these agenda items will, in various ways, nefarious and otherwise, terminate the exercise of judgment or discretion by the commissioners and transfer the power to the chairman. Due to time limitations, I'll express my concerns about C4, F1, F2, and F3 when the agenda items are discussed. I'd like to address agenda C6 at this time. C6 states that the chairman will be the chairman of a PIG he's establishing that will investigate, consider, and recommend changes, if any, to the Act 279 strategic plan and budget. Chair is assigning to the PIG, with all due respect to them, 3 brand new commissioners. Commissioner Makai Freitas, who started in January, and Commissioners Sanoy Marfal and Walter Kaniakua, whom both started 2 months ago in September and have yet to be confirmed by the legislature. All 3 were not on the commission when Act 279 strategic plan and budget were discussed by the commissioners. And most importantly, through testimonies given by lessees such as myself and other beneficiaries. The question I'm asking, why doesn't the chair assign the commissioners that spent all of last year on Act 279 strategic plan and budget to be on this PIG that will potentially make changes to Act 279 strategic plan and budget? The commissioners that have spent sufficient time learning, hearing, absorbing, putting into their heart the needs of the beneficiaries and waitlisters month after month at these commission meetings over the year, such as Commissioner Neves, Namuo, Awo, Helm, and Kalekini. Kia kuapu. God bless all of you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jermaine. Next person testify, Damon.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Clay Mahoney, Monophone LLC, Native Hawaiian Corporation operate on the Hawaiian coast. We are Native Hawaiian Corporation operate on the Hawaiian coast. We advocate for Native Hawaiians. And, so I just wanted to, speak on, C4 and F2. First of all, I'd like to say that I support, the intent of C4 and F2 in the sense that it seems like it'll be able to cut out a lot of the bureaucracy that exists for when we're getting leases or revocable permits and month to month, yeah. But what I would like, my concern is that I hope that in doing this new way of doing things, that administrative rules will be put into place to ensure that there's no, that due process is followed. Because we are the beneficiary of the trust. I'm an applicant, I'm waiting. My mom died on the list in 1995, after being on the list for 30 years. And I just don't wanna see any abuse of authority by anybody. I'm gonna state for the record that as I've been stating since 2017, I don't know Kali. I only know him from the work that he's done over the years. You know, and you hear all the chatter on both sides, positive and negative. But in 2017, I came to the neighborhood board in Nanakuli when our sister Patty Teruya was the chair. And I got a call saying, you know, we gotta come over there, we gotta fire on Kali, because this guy, too much, he's making any kind, putting on ghetto in a homestead and all that. But when I came there, you know, I went stand up in support of what the projects that he had, simply because he is on Kanaka, putting Kanakas in homes. And I went ask everybody in the hearing, how many of you put on Hawaiian in one house? If you never put on Hawaiian in one house, to me, I think you gotta, you know, the song says, get out the way and let the gentleman do his thing. So that's why I went support him. However, we had a situation with DLNR. They also had a problem with the revocable permit process. And it was blasted in the media and everything, simply because they never have administrative rules that govern that program. And then also the Hawaii Supreme Court had an issue with the way they was handling Alexander and Baldwin. So, and of course, Randy, you know, because that's on your island. So I don't want to see those bad processes repeat itself. So with all due respect, with my aloha for the chair and the commission, I just ask that when you consider doing these kind of moves like C4 and F2, that you also consider that the beneficiaries are alive and well, bro. We here. And opposition to any of these measures is good for the discourse because it provides a checks and balance in the system. Just remember, due process is required and administrative rules should follow when you're doing something like this. So we know what the game plan is and what is our recourse if we don't like the decision that the chair had made. You know what I mean? Because we are the trust beneficiaries. We should have something to say about it. You know what I mean? So aloha to you guys and right on. And I just want to commend, since you guys all went do this presentation for Patty, me personally, I really appreciate Patty Teruya because she had done what nobody in this room is able to do all these years. She brought opposing forces together to sit down and decide to work together. When you can get demand Mana Ole, and Jermaine Myers to agree to work together to advance our cause. You've done a huge task. So, mahalo, Patty, we love you. You know, my sister Jermaine, she's a strong fighter. We've been on opposing sides, but I get love for her because she's part of La Hui, and we're going to continue to fight together. Aloha.
Thank you, Demond. Next testifier, Bo Kahui.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman.
Aloha.
Members of the commission. Mahalo for this opportunity. My name is Bo Kahui, and I'm the executive director for Laiupua Community Development Corporation. We were founded in 2008 for the purpose of creating community economic development in the villages of Laiupua. Our mission is broad, and we try to partner with many people. And before I get started, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge both resolution by this commission today for Patty Kahanamoku Terura and Russell Kaupu. In their term, while serving this commission, I've had the opportunity to bring forth initiatives that I think was deliberated by these commissioners and some of you, and I think they did a great job. Their service is commended. And when you think about the dedication, the time, you know, manawahi, free, you don't get paid. You know, it's striking that people with that type of capacity, you know, can come and kokua are beneficiaries on this commission. And for that reason, we thank them for their service. Wow. Regarding item C4, I personally support it. I support it because I've brought many initiatives before this commission and never had a chance. We were told that we had to go to the state RFP process. Native Hawaiians trying to create community economic development for their people, our people, in our villages. And then we got to compete with other people, large corporations. O'omo Homestead Alliance, a native-based, native-owned PV project that we bid, we had to go through the RFP process. Kuhio 5G, we got the license, the 2.5 gigahertz license to do broadband in our community. That got taken away. So it just demonstrates, maybe now is the opportunity to acknowledge that Native Hawaiians in their community can better serve the Native Hawaiians because we have the same interests. We have the same interests. Not to give up, not to give us a handout, but a hand up. You know, giving us the opportunity to create businesses that can flourish in our communities for the purposes of benefiting our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Next testifier, Patrick Kawaiola'a.
Aloha mai. Can you hear me? Can all of you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I am here. My name is Patrick Kahawaiola. I'm a native Hawaiian. I'm the current president of the Kilkaha Community Association. I'm first, I want to send my congratulations and ho'omaikai to Commissioner Teruya and to former Commissioner Kaupu. However, it's with mixed emotion that I'm here today, and that's based on our agenda items C4, F2, and the other agenda items I'll address and be watching to raise my hand when it gets called. But at this particular point in time, I would want to make sure that we understand C4 authorizes the negotiate to Native Hawaiians first. That's what's going. That's the changing, but it's going to go into executive session. So I'm confused. It's in one part it says to help approve it, but then we're going into executive session. So I don't know what that means. Discuss it, but then take it away from the public and go into executive session. And then the approval. I would echo the statement that was articulated by Ms. Myers, in that the commission, you have the power. The chair is one person, but the commission has the power to do and make. The commissions only need one signature, but need 9 guys to approve the work. So that is an important thing. So I would want to piggyback on her statement, because the perception becomes very questionable to Native Hawaiians when only the chair has that kind of power. So that is and then F7 and 8, I'd like to know what the delinquencies are for that as the same individual. What's the delinquency that now they're going to pay back? There's a plan that's going to do Aloha Paving, Aloha Machinery, Welding Properties LLC, Aloha Machinery, Welding LTD. Needs to be, you guys need to look at it a little more serious, but it's something that's happening here in my community. And I truly would want to know, they're creating a plan to pay, but I like to know what the delinquency is, because they're about 50,000 a year. And I'm just hoping it's not 50,000 that they're in arrears or more than that. So that would be before I can do that. Other than that, I would again want to thank the commission for allowing me this opportunity to speak, and then to again congratulate former commissioners Teruya and Kaupu, and then I'll wait as agenda items pop up. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, Patrick. Next person, Blossom Fatera.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. You look like
Yes.
Patrick, though.
Good morning and mahalo for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, for the opportunity to testify on item C4. So, first of all, under section 204, it allows for the commission to provide opportunities for general leasing to Native Hawaiian businesses. We understand why the policy got set aside, as well as the risk identified under the Barrett lawsuit. For the record, I was a intervener in that lawsuit as president of Huikako'o Aina Ho'opulapula back then. And so when we raised that ugly head, we begin to understand that the risk still exists for our people in the federal courts. However, after having said that, this policy and opportunities advanced under Section 204 can be a very real benefit to our beneficiaries. And so one of the things that I realized in reading through the submittal is that recommendations were made at the time to bring our people up to the same level as a non-beneficiary applicant. And that, but yet that is missing in the submittal. And so as you go into executive session for further discussion, I would strongly recommend that you take a look at any opportunity for capacity building and training on behalf of our people. There are many organizations that provide that service and have lifted up many Native Hawaiian businesses to success. And so if we can build that into this new policy, I think it'll go a long way to mitigate any potential risk coming forward in the future. And I will reserve my time to testify on other matters as they come up in the agenda. Mahalo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Blossom. Next testifier, KCDC.
Aloha. Actually, I don't know why I'm showing up. I'm Homilani Shadell with Maluahai. I'm a Kapolei beneficiary and a lessee. Okay, wait. Yep, here I am. Aloha. I just wanted to touch a little on C4 for now. And like all of the other testifiers before me, I think we all agree that the intent of C4 we can support. My concern is to ensure that our trust is protected. And I've always been an advocate of that. So I would also ask that you strongly consider the unintended consequences that could come from your decision this morning. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Yes, aloha, good morning and a happy holidays, everybody. Mahalo for the opportunity to share with you some information I think would help in your considerations for today's items. And I'm not a camera person, in fact, camera shy, so I'm not gonna turn on my TV. But I do have a concern with F2, and that is it raises all kinds of things for Kauai High, and that would be to grant revocable permits, and B would be issue, amend, and terminate revocable permits, and then authorize to contract right of entry to revocable permits. And that would include F9, which would be the U.S. Army Corps that's doing the unexploded ordnance. You know, if number one for all of that, I don't think our community was informed or understand what that is. I certainly did. I had to get an answer from the department. And I think that's the first time I ever got a response to any of my testimonies for the last couple of years, at least from this department. And so I appreciate that Mr. Kahana had responded to what that was. And that gives me a lot more concerns. And that is, our community needs to find out. I'm going to say it needs to find out what that is all about and how it's going to impact us. Because tomorrow's testimony, I wanted to update on all the testimonies that have not been responded to. And this is one of it. And that would be our emergency evacuation roads, which are, going to be ROEs that you want to amend and give as RPs. So that's a huge impact for us, as well as not having some kind of discussion, or I guess this department does not have beneficiary consultation, because I haven't heard of any meetings with this department. And we have the watershed eroding, and we got goat issues, and we can't get an update on what you guys going to do. So with F2, I have a lot of concerns. With C, well, no, I wasn't going to do C, but with F10, again, we're talking communication. There is no beneficiary consultation, and a lot of it we don't know anything about. And I would ask the commissioners and Kali to please include Kauai High in the Hawaii Island Plan. Otherwise, it seems like the department is bypassing us, and the commissioners have the opportunity to make discussion and later on decide, but we won't be part of it because we're not in the island plan. And we need to be, because going forward, we have 10,000 acres in Kauai High to make use of. We might lose the opportunity to get water from areas that we used to have for the last 30 years. And now the developers for the hotels and all of these money makers around us are buying the property and the water usage. So Hawaiian Homes is holding us back. And we need to address that. But anyway, thank you very much. Do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you, Jojo. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Same to you. Our next agenda item, the consent agenda. Juan Garcia. Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, I did sign up originally. I will be speaking on items F1, F2, F3. But right now and C4, I did want to touch up commissioners on item C6. And this was in your packet, and this whole meeting agenda took me a whole weekend to get into all the submittals. It felt like I was another commissioner on board again, but to highlight some of these submittals, a lot of these agenda items, I asked this commission and new commissioners to really take a look at what is the ask, what is the motion, what is asking of you from this, and it's telling you this to give the authorization and power to the chairman. You're the commissioners, the power stays with all 9 commissioners. And so when I speak on FC6, I'm going to bring you back in February when we had interim chairman Ikaika Anderson, and we were at the Senate WAM committee. This was an important move. In December 2022, as a former commissioner, we worked really hard during 22 to put Act 279, a strategic plan that was adopted in December 2022, took to the legislatures, took to the Senate that we adopt the strategic plan. What Act 279 was and what we were going to do. It is all there. Commissioner Naumu, you participate in PIG. We have all these other strong commissioners that did. We stuck with the strategic plan. So back in February, when we went to the WAM meeting, I was there. Interim, Governor Appoint Green, Ikaika Anderson, spoken for the WAM committee and told this, that the commissioners were okay with rentals, with verticals, and what he was trying to do was he was deviating on the strategic plan that we had. That wasn't true. When the commission adopted in 2022, I'm not sure if you did have an opportunity to look at the strategic plan. That's what the strategic plan was adopted for. Act 279 was intended to take our waitlisters into homes, not in apartments, not in verticals. It wasn't in an intent, and it is in a strategic plan. C6, with the PIG, I'm kind of concerned about that, and no disrespect to our new commissioners here, is that you're not familiar with the Act 279 or what the strategic plan is. 2 months ago, Commissioner Nevis asked this commission to bring back the PIG. Chairman, you said no need the PIG. So why is C6 now in front of you creating a PIG, and the first time that I understand that a chairman will chair a PIG? Commissioners, please, we are here today, our beneficiaries, to talk to you about each agenda item because we are here to protect the trust. This agenda items and this trust is for the beneficiaries. It's not for developers. It's not for just one chairman, but it is for the protection of the trust on that portrait of Prince Cohio right behind you. I speak on this and I'm concerned about C6. I'm concerned about the C4, and I'll get to the C4 when we get into the items, and also on F2. Most of your agenda item is authorizing you commissioners to give the power up and give it to the chairman. I don't think so. You're the commissioners that represent each island of your beneficiaries. So I urge you to please, as we speak and go down to these agenda items, to please open your heart out and think of the people that you'll be serving. I thank you for this opportunity. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, Juan.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman Watson,
Hello.
members of the commission, and all in attendance this morning. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I am the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And before I go into the agenda items, I want to take this time to mahalo Patty as well as Russell. Mahalo for your years of service for the department. I know your time with the commission is over, but I am certain that you'll continue to advocate and support the advancement for our beneficiaries. Again, mahalo. Commissioners, Homestead Services Division has 13 agenda items for your approval this morning, namely D2 and D3, as well as D7 to D17.
Proceed.
I'm here to answer any questions, to clarify any items or questions that you may have.
Any questions on any of the items?
Sure. Yes, I
Commissioner Nevis?
actually had a question for on D5 or new loan issues.
D5 will be taken up later.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's not part of the consent agenda this morning.
No question. Is the chair will entertain a motion to adopt? Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners. My time is up.
Good timing, Juan. We got a lot of people. Okay, the next agenda item is C3, our meeting schedule for 2024. Any questions or concern about the dates indicated on C3? We got our meeting schedule. Oh, gotta plug them in. That's just for information. C3, approval of what? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion for approval of the meeting schedule for 2024. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. C5. Okay, next item on the agenda, C5. Katie? Oh, excuse me, Jaren, or Russell. We're doing C4.
Oh, wait.
We did C.
C4.
Yes. Sorry, C4, approval to authorize department to negotiate dispositions of Hawaiian homelands to qualified native Hawaiians. Russell?
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm here on item C4, Russell Kaupu. I'm a property development agent within the office of the chair. You have my written submittal before you. As stated in the submittal, the office of the chair is looking to reinstate the general leasing policy that was originally adopted in 1981. And I have included in the submittal the policy statement and the procedures that LMD was following in enacting this program. But that policy and that program was subsequently rescinded on October 23rd, 2001. I've also included in the submittal the memo from the then administrator
Okay, so we should have audio. Yeah, we got audio.
Nope, you're not supposed to have audio. That's through your laptop microphone.
Okay, because of the video problem and sound system, Russell, can you kind of go back to the top and give your presentation? Some people didn't hear it.
Okay, so I'm presenting on item C4, coming out of the office of the chairman. We are looking to reinstate the general leasing policy that was in place and was previously adopted by the commission, a prior commission, but the commission on September 24th, 1981. I've included in the submittal as Exhibit A the policy statement and the procedures that I found in the manual that's kept by LMD, Land Management Division. So that is the policy and the program that we want to go back to, because that policy and that program was rescinded in 2001. So I included in the submittal a second exhibit, which was the memo that accompanied the action from then Administrator of LMD to rescind the Native Hawaiian qualification and this program. So you can see the concerns that LMD in prior commission had with this program and with this policy. Notwithstanding those concerns, Office of the Chairman would like to go back to Native Hawaiian qualification and this program to give Native Hawaiians who are qualified to small N Native Hawaiians first opportunity to obtain general leases on their Hawaiian homes. I also was explaining, and I'll be real brief, but there's different types of dispositions. There's licenses, including revocable permits. Those are not subject to this policy and this program. There are general leases under 204. Those are subject to this policy and this program if you were to reinstate it. The third type of disposition, which is a project developer agreement under section 220.5, is not subject to this policy and this program. And it has its own set of rules that have to be followed. We were at the point in the presentation where I think Commissioner Nevis was asking for clarification on what the policy that we were seeking to reinstate was. And I was mentioning that it is, if you take a look at Exhibit A to the submittal, you'll see there's a statement of the policy, there's a statement of the authority where it comes from, and then there's extended procedural steps that need to be followed. Like everything else at the department and state government, plenty rules, plenty steps have to be complied with and jumped through.
So Chair, if I can continue.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Nevis.
So first of all, I had a difficult time understanding this policy. There's some acronyms here I'm not familiar with. IPD, PMD, who are they? Are they still alive? Is it part of the organization? I don't know where that comes from. So maybe we can get into a little bit of detail on that. I don't need that answer right now. But when I look at your Exhibit B, and that's when the Hawaiian Homes Commission decided to rescind the policy. A couple of questions I have. The preference policy has the following negative aspects. This is on page 2. And the three items they stated was leases with higher attrition rate have cost the trust lost rent from non-performing businesses and result in vacancies. Number 2 is the national or international tenants might be discouraged. That doesn't say they were discouraged. That's a premonition that they might be discouraged. I don't know how they look at that as negative to the trust. And the last one is continued use of the preference exposes the Hawaiian Homelands program to potentially damaging litigation. Now, I'm all in favor of the intent, I'm concerned about is that litigation. So, the preferences attract the attention of those pursuing the Barrett case, who have expressed the intention of challenging any general lease award pursuant to the preference. While the state might prevail in a lawsuit, it would be very costly to the trust if we were prevented from issuing new general leases during the 4 to 5 years the case may take to resolve. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I can Google. So I did Google the Barrett case. I'd like to make sure all the commissioners have a copy of this, because we need to consider this in our decision moving forward. Basically, Barrett filed a lawsuit and claims discrimination based on preference. So I think it's important everybody takes a look at it as we look through. That's one of my biggest concerns, and I still have other concerns about the policy as it was stated initially, and the results of what we show in terms of who ended up. How the Native Hawaiian application ended up being 69% of the failure. So my question is, we have a policy that obviously failed. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we normally look at that policy and find out, okay, why did it fail? So when we put numbers up and say, 69% of the Native Hawaiians that were in this program failed. Why? What's the details? So to move forward, I need to know why it failed and what are we doing moving forward to ensure we don't fail. My other concern is, like I said, the Barrett case, which, if you read through the Barrett case, it talks about this specifically. It talks about OHA. It also talks about any preference to any program to Native Hawaiians. So I'm a little miffed that this information wasn't given to us when we decided on the revocable permit program, because that could be in jeopardy as well. That's a different item, but I want to just stay with C4. And I'd like to know why it failed. What are we doing moving forward to ensure it doesn't fail? Because all we're doing is taking the same flat tire and got no air, and now we're going to move ahead. That doesn't make any sense to me. So what is our action moving forward? What do we can't follow the same policy and fail again. And I don't want to put the trust up to a lawsuit that could affect not just this, but anything preference. How do we follow the intent without jeopardizing the trust? That's a whole different discussion. Did we work with our beneficiaries to ensure they'd be successful? My big thing is, if we're not successful, then we need to go another route. We need to re-educate. We need to make sure, what was the vetting system? Were they prepared to do this, or were they prepared to fail? Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
If I could add. Yeah, if I could add to what Commissioner Neves is saying. So I as well, I support the intention of the proposal, but I'm very concerned about the submittal, because the submittal is just, it's what it is. It's an attachment of an old policy that was rescinded. There's nothing built into that proposal to address the concerns that were raised by the previous committee in 2001. And they point out why there's these failures. And so, we go back in time. Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was amended in 1978. On September 24th, 1981, the commission adopted a policy ensuring general leases for income purposes are offered to Native Hawaiians first. That's good. I support that. However, what happens in 2021, it's rescinded And then there's a discussion about why it was rescinded. And they talk about high attrition rate, 69%, versus non-Native Hawaiians, 35%. They talk about the negative impact on the revenue to the trust as a result of lost rent. They talk about the Barrett case and the litigation that exposes the trust because of the Barrett case was occurring in 2000. And so they make a series of recommendations, and I support the recommendations. They talk about the mana'o that comes from that discussion is they acknowledge that the department has not done enough to ensure success. And so they go through a series of recommendations: development of a business assistant program, steps to enhance the probability of success for Native Hawaiian businesses on Hawaiian homelands, business plan preparation, assistance in securing financing and coordination of training for entrepreneurs, exploration of other steps to support Native Hawaiian businesses beyond the preference policy. This is not even considered in this submittal. And so much of what we like to promote in the form of a policy fails to acknowledge we don't have the capacity. We don't have the capacity to give our beneficiaries a fair opportunity to succeed as we would like them to. This policy has none of that for us to consider. Also, the Barrett case, why that concerns me is because unlike Native American tribes, we are not recognized by the federal government. We don't have that same political standing. And so we are not a protected class. And this is what makes us more vulnerable. And we have Native American tribes that have that recognition, and they are losing ground in the Supreme Court in spite of that protection. And so we are living in a time where, in my opinion, the environment has become more toxic, more dangerous to our trust. And this is not about us. This is not about us, the individual. This is about us thinking through how we're going to protect and preserve the trust. And I do not get that from this submittal. So I find it troubling. I also feel the department should have come ready to speak to us about the Barrett case and the implications, not to opine, because then we would go into executive session. I think we owe it to our beneficiaries to have this public discussion and to think through what's already public information and together try to assess and analyze the best path forward. This submittal is not the best path forward. Thank you.
Want to respond? Do you want to respond?
I guess I don't disagree with what you said, Commissioner Awo and Nevis, in addressing the risks that are presented by Barrett and other challenges. I can only speak from a personal perspective that we exist to support our beneficiaries. We are preferential by nature, by design. We were created that way. That is what we exist to do. So challenges like the Barrett case, although they pose a significant risk, in my opinion, they turn us away from our very purpose, why we exist. So we can choose to continue to hide from exposure and try and preserve. But I think at some point, and again, this is from a personal perspective, not from Chairman Watson or the office of the chair, but at some point, you just got to put your foot down and say, hey, this is the right thing to do. And This is why we exist. We exist to support our beneficiaries and those businesses. Now, I can't defend that the department in past times likely did not do enough to support those businesses, and therefore there was significant deficiencies and falling behind on leases. That was a different department, was different leadership. But if we exist to support beneficiaries, and one of the ways to do that is to qualify them and give them a first opportunity to be successful, putting this policy back in place and this program back in place is just the first step. I'm not in front of you to tell you what the programs that the department would undertake to support these businesses, because frankly, now that I sit on the staff, that's not what I'm supposed to do. That's for you guys to, come together and direct the department to do. So again, I agree with all of the sentiment. But me personally, I would move forward at this point. But understand if we don't.
Any from this side? Any comments?
I have a comment. Right now, I think we should be focusing on moving forward. So many things have happened that will affect the resources we have, and we should move forward and concentrate on Act 279 and move forward. So what has been proposed by Mr. Kaupu and the chair to move forward, I think we should support. What you're talking about is a long road to work on, as far as working on trying to get us federal recognition. We did that, and we did not succeed, and it will take a long time to do that. But I think we have the opportunity right now with the resources to help the beneficiaries. And this is one way to do it. And I support the proposal. Thank you.
So, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Nevis.
So
Commissioner
are you
Nevis.
talking about Act 279?
Yes.
This is not Act 279.
This is a path in helping us to do just that, though.
Well, this is.
It smooths our path overall. So
Yeah,
I
so-
think that we should look at just smoothing our path to do it, because it does do that.
So Commissioner Namuo, I'm just going to say, this is a separate issue from Act 279. I'm just going to say that. In moving forward, I think we have to be cognizant in how we move forward, that we move forward in ways that we ensure from lessons learned that we are supporting success. We are promoting success by building into our program everything that's described here: business development, steps to enhance probability of success through various training programs. None of that is contained in this submittal. The Barrett case, I'm not talking about us trying to get federal recognition. I'm speaking to the fact that we don't currently have that. And that's what exposes us to litigation vulnerabilities. That's all I'm saying. And we have Kuleana to move forward in such a way we promote success and we protect the trust.
Chair. Thanks, Russell, for your testimony, but the word failure is a word for me, and probably for many of you. You don't want to be in that position to fail. But for me, if I fail, I'm going to get up again and try to learn from it. And 69% of our beneficiaries that were in this program failed without any guidance to the department, no training. And if we don't provide that in the future, they'll continue to fail. I'm not saying all of our businesses or individuals that may fail, but those that did, we really gotta think twice. We don't want them to go through that same situation again. And in order to stop that from happening, we have to make some changes regarding guidelines and policies, so that when they do get approved for those licenses or general leases, they don't go through the same thing those others that had failed. So that's my comment.
Yeah, Russell, mahalo for the presentation. First and foremost, I support preference for Native Hawaiians. But I too, listening to everyone, you know, the program that came into play in 81 and then ultimately rescinded has some issues, and I think that's what some of our commissioners are stating. My position is that we need to understand why that happened and make adjustments so that going forward, the probability of success increases. You know, so I like I said, I prefer preference to Native Hawaiians. The other comment I had, Chair, is that, you know, we also have this other item in for executive session that appears to be connected to this. So I am also like to understand better about the Barrett situation. So I don't think that, you know, we would be in a good position to make a decision until after at least we get that discussion. Sure.
So I just want to remind everyone that, you know, when this came before the commission in 2001, it was land management requesting the approval to rescind. It wasn't just the commission. The land management said, this is a failed program. And then, but the problem I have is, you know, we continue to fail and fail and fail. In this submittal on the Exhibit B, and this is the CB on page D1, it says, to this end, the department is developing an agreement with Alolike to sponsor a program to provide services, which Commissioner Owo had indicated. Where is that? What have we done? So we sat on it for all these years and we've done nothing. So what guarantee do we have going forward that we've indicated what the issues are and this is how we're gonna fix it? And ensure that we don't put the trust in jeopardy. If we could do that, I'm okay with it, but I can't see how we're gonna do that moving forward. It hasn't been indicated here on what the specific problems are and what the new action is. Don't give me a piece of paper, this is an old policy, obviously it failed. And this is the department that said it failed. And the commission approved and said, yes, it's failed. How do we move forward? New policy, new procedures. It's the only way we can make it work. Thank you.
Sure. I want to say one, oh, go ahead. Sorry, Makai, go ahead.
Commissioner Freitas. Thank you, Russell, for the time you put in, brother, to putting this together. You know, at our core, especially with Act 279 monies that we need to encumber by upcoming date, at our core is to put, you know, Native Hawaiians in homes. But attached to that, and I call it a satellite, is helping Native Hawaiians be prosperous, giving them the opportunity to raise money and have income that's livable by today's standards. That comes with empowering them. Listening to everything I've heard the last maybe 10, 15 minutes, I think there's two different components of this, you know, of this situation we're looking at. It's the, you know, Barrett case, which I think is, you know, that's a legal side of it, which I think our Attorney General that's kind of their kuleana. We're looking at also from the capacity building side, the ability to build capacity for Native Hawaiians to be successful. That's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's something that's going to take time. It's something that's going to take a lot of thought and, to enact and to execute those solutions and those ideas. Like I said, it's not going to be easy. I like what you're saying, though. We're sitting here, we got to attack. We got to put our foot down at times. We're seeing the suffering our Native Hawaiians are going through, and we got to make a move. I understand that concept totally. You mentioned earlier about being qualified. There's two entities, one Native Hawaiian and one non-Native Hawaiian. And if a Native Hawaiian hits those qualifications, by all means, 100%, we should be backing them up. And also, when we do award them this lease, try to work with them on their needs and empower them to be successful throughout the duration of the lease. But I think it kind of falls back on the lack of capacity that a lot of people have right now. Knowledge, financial literacy, all those things. And like I said, I go circle back. Those things are not going to be accomplished overnight. However, we should not take our foot off the gas. We should not take our eyes off the goal here. Is to continue to help our Native Hawaiians and perpetuate their businesses and help them be successful, to be able to make a healthy living, to be able to live in the homes that we can hopefully provide for them and have a conducive environment to raise their families in.
Commissioner Kaniakua.
Chair, I'd just like to speak on behalf of successful Native Hawaiian organizations that are out there doing tremendous work. So when we look at, and Mr. Kupu and I started out with a Native Hawaiian organization that was developing its competencies in the marketplace. And Native Hawaiian organizations compete against Native American organizations, Native Alaskan organizations, and in Hawaii, we have a tremendous selection of qualified Native Hawaiian companies that work and are certified by the federal government and the Veterans Administration to do large projects, all the way from construction to IT to services, etc. So when we look at the Akimekas and we look at the Olakainas and we look at the Huliaus, we look at Nakapuna, we look at Hawaii Pacific Foundation and the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, all doing work on Maui for the Lahaina recovery. These are Native Hawaiian organizations that have proven themselves in the marketplace. So I speak in favor of an amended proposal, recognizing the concerns of my colleagues, and we absolutely cannot have an amateur hour where we're out here allowing Native Hawaiians to fail. But we have tremendous records of performance by Native Hawaiian communities and organizations out here in Hawaii. And that's my piece.
Commissioner Wo?
Yeah, so I would agree that this is a moment to defer and consider how we're going to address the concerns that are landing on the table now. I do agree. I agree that we don't celebrate our accomplishments often enough, and we should. And we should use those achievements to link our people into successful opportunities. Now, here's the thing for me. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. I was reminded about Kahele Richardson years ago as a commissioner, a successful business entrepreneur who made a comment at one of our meetings that you have to allow our people to fail in order for them to succeed, because that's where the lessons are learned. However, we cannot be responsible for that failure. We cannot be the ones that contribute to failure. We should be the ones that promote success in ways that meet our kuleana to our beneficiaries. So that's how I feel about this today. And I do want us to reconsider how we're going to address the concerns that have been raised today. We don't have to kill this, but I think it should be deferred until such time we have all of those questions answered. Thank you.
Commissioner
Chair,
Nevis?
Yeah, I just have one more point, and this is really from the document received on Exhibit B, and it's on page 2, the top of the page. It says, subsection 2042 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act requires the department to comply with Chapter 171 Hawaii Revised Statutes in general leasing lands. Chapter 171 provides the lease rent shall be based on the land's appraised value. And I'll step forward to therefore, and this is where I get concerned, okay, if we don't have real policies, solid policies and procedures. This says, therefore, the statute prevents the department from leasing to Native Hawaiians at a below market rent. Where did that come from? That's not, the rule doesn't say you do it at below market, which I would love to have it at below market rent, but that throws up the flag, sue me. We can't have that. That's why I want to see a specific policy as moved forward. So this really needs to be deferred and be a little more concise. I don't know, Chair, if you want to put together a PIG to assist Cooper to do that, but I think I want to make sure this is the kind of stuff when it comes out, it's just like, who threw that in there? That's not part of the preference. The preference is, what's the appraised value? You got first shot.
The preference is, are you small N Native Hawaiian?
Exactly.
And then you're first at the table. The department still has to comply with 171.
But if the department's
that
saying
requires
that
a
the
lease made based
department's
off of
saying that
appraised
they
value.
wanted below market rent, where did that come from? That wasn't part of that.
I think the writer of this memo was just pointing out that was not the issue that was being considered as part of this program.
But it says in short, the preference is not an economic benefit to Native Hawaiians.
Correct.
But that wasn't the intent of the act. The intent of the act is just to give them priority. So I want to make sure the department understands where we are moving forward once we get this cleaned up. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I hear all the different pros, cons, as well as concerns, and I'd have to say, especially with the Barrett case, there is some concern regarding the vulnerability of the trust. But I also think that it's important, especially when you look at the history of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act when it was created. I mean, it was like Russell was saying, it was a preferential treatment. It was designed to rehabilitate, empower our people. And, it was a vehicle in which, granted, the record has been pretty dismal over the years. But I think when you look at the current situation, where you have the different ali'i trusts, as well as Walter pointed out, the different organizations. I mean, this policy was changed over 20 years ago. So now there's a very, very different arena that we're operating in, which not only points out the fact that we have these various ali'i trusts. I mean, you look at the commitment schools that are now starting to actively work with the department. It's a $15.1 billion trust with over 364,000 acres. You have the Lunulilo Trust. You have the Lilo Kalani Trust with $1 billion in assets with over 6,000 acres. You have OHA with the recent settlements. They get over 20 million in annual revenues. They are also reaching out to us to work with us. So these different Hawaiian organizations and controlled organizations bring a lot to the table. We have beneficiaries out there that are starting to reach out and raise their hands and say, give us the opportunity, give us a chance. And I think it's contingent upon this program, which was designed to give the Hawaiian people a chance, that we step up and we facilitate that. Granted, when you look at maybe the approach that was used in the past, it really didn't facilitate that. They weren't provided the resources, the guidance, as well as assets and a commitment from the department, partly because of the deficiencies within the department. But when you look outside, as well as the different ali'i trusts, as well as the perseverance that are being presented to us by the different Hawaiian organizations out there, it's an exciting time, I think. But I do agree with some of the comments made whereby, especially with the submittal, it is deficient. So we need to kind of fix it up. We need to do a better job of addressing some of the issues that were raised. So I'd have to agree that at this point, we're really not prepared. I think we need to work on it. We need to address the legal issues, the concerns regarding the vulnerability of the trust. I too am concerned about that. But I too am also of the opinion that we cannot put our heads in the sand and just because we've got potential litigation. I'm a litigation attorney. That doesn't bother me. So I'm more than happy to fight the fight, whether it be in courts or wherever, to advance the needs of our people. And so I'm prepared to do that. And but I do agree with the comments made that maybe now is not the time until we clean this up and we kind of address some of the issues raised. So I would entertain a motion to defer this. You would like to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one comment. We talk about all those trusts which are independent and not controlled by the state. And the difficulties we're having within our trust, and we're not going to change that today, is it's managed by the state. So all of our lands are considered public lands, and that's why the lawsuit came up. If we were independent, like all the other independent trusts, it'd be different. We wouldn't have to follow state rules, we follow the trust rules. But that, and a lot of people don't understand that. We have a Hawaiian Homes Trust, but it's managed by the state. We are governed by the state's laws, HRS, and all that stuff. And when you talk about leasing out our lands, they're considered public. And unfortunately, if you do a preference, that's where you have discrimination. And that's what the Barrett case talks about. But I agree. On your request, I'd like to make a motion that you go to the executive first?
No, I don't think we need to go into
I'd like to make a
executive.
motion, we defer.
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you,
Hello.
Russell.
Thank you, Ross.
Just have to take. Hold on. We deferred it, so there was to take testimony on regarding. Yeah, I think we should have some comments from the community regarding this. So we'll start with public testimony. Patty Teruya. Unless you'd rather defer to your testimony, or is your opportunity, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the deferral. I think it's only fair that the commission now defer this item. And, there's a lot of great important points that came out, is that back in 15, 20 years, I know we had LMD Linda Chin was, this preference to Native Hawaiians was up, and it failed. It failed it failed during that time, and that program did fail. Yes, Kali, it did fail during that time. And so I was surprised that this item is back here again. It failed because we didn't provide Native Hawaiians being educated. How do we get them successful? General leases, their rent wasn't paid. They were back, and a lot of them failed on general lease. So I think it's so important to have the educational piece, as commissioners mentioned, re-examine this whole preference to Native Hawaiians, be prepared for any challenges. It reminds me like a Kamehameha School challenge too. And so we are here to protect the trust, and I'm so glad that Chairman, that you propose a deferral to take a look at this and re-examine this whole issue. We are for Native Hawaiians to get properties, to get right of entries, to get lands. We do want to support our Native Hawaiians to be successful. And how do we do that? We need to help them and give them the tools and the instruments. Yes, we have certain Native Hawaiians that has general leases and are successful. Then we have certain Native Hawaiians that are having some of these general leases, and they have more than one general lease. So what about the ones that are still need capacity building? We need to help them to reach the capacity building, to get a general lease. And so I thank you for this what you call deferral. Thank you.
Jermaine Myers.
Aloha. Mahalo for deferring this agenda item. But I would like to put on the record my testimony because I do want to address some of those pukas that we all see. And I hope that Russell and most especially Chair Cully would hear the concerns that we have. C4 states approval to authorize the department, AKA the chairman, to negotiate the disposition of Hawaiian homelands for commercial, industrial, or other business purposes to qualify Native Hawaiians prior to negotiations with the general public under Section 204(2) of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Senator Jared Keoholo-Kalole expressed concern and caution that this type of action would compromise the trust and make it vulnerable to challenges, as have been done to OHA, DHHL, and Kamehameha schools. It may also violate the Ethics Code Fair Treatment, Hawaii Revised Statute 8413. Has DHHL checked with Ethics Commission regarding the possible violation of HRS 84-13? I'm most concerned about a preference for some Hawaiians over other Hawaiians, what I call a hui versus the la hui. My concern about preference for some Hawaiians over others is founded on the fact that on September 28, 2023, I virtually attended OHA's Board of Trustees community meeting in Papakolea. At this meeting, HCDB's Patty Tonkayo gave a presentation to the trustees of which she was asking them to support her proposal to build 10 kupuna rental housing projects on DHHL land. Tonkayo took over Cully Watts' president and CEO of HCDB after he resigned to take the chairman's seat at DHHL. Tonkayo asked OHA trustees to invest $1 million per project, total $10 million. Yet, I never ever saw this commission approve for her to use DHHL lands for these 10 projects on DHHL lands. And starting off with Molokai, Big Island, next to Prince Kuhio, and Waianae, below Waianae Comprehensive Center. In addition, Tonkayo met with the OHA trustees in October and November, as recently as last week, to further discuss these projects, adding a project in Kauai. Further, Tonkayo committed $3 million of NAHASDA funds per project, times 10 projects for construction expenses. Never came before this commission asking to spend $3 million of NAHASDA funds times 10 projects. She confidently stated that she could get approval to begin the first project on DHHL land in Molokai by February 2024. Tonkayo committing DHHL lands for her projects that never came before this commission is concerning, to say the least. I'm also concerned that this would be the start of her and others that hold favor with the chair taking claim to using DHHL lands without first coming to the commissioners, which means it wouldn't be on this agenda, which means we cannot come and bring up the flags and the concerns. One of the projects she proposed is on the parcel of land in Waianae that this commission approved a right of entry to Waianae Valley Hawaiian Homestead Association for a solar project and crematory, an ROE that was approved in December 2022 with 3 years. And they have been doing due diligence in my community in Waianae Moku ever since getting that approval. What happened to giving these Hawaiians preference for their community economic project? In Nanakuli, the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association, after getting the general lease and land for Nanakuli Village in 2012, they stopped having community meetings, and which I've talked to all of you about, and stopped allowing lessees to join the association. The last board elections was in January 2013. Yet in the DCCA record, which shows that HCDB is their agent, they had board members assigned in 2015 and 2016. They are a 501c3, and according to IRS, there is an inurement rule. How is the department going to ensure that preference is not given by the department, the chairman, to Native Hawaiian entities like this association that block participation and accountability to Native Hawaiian lessees in Nanakuli? Since Nanakuli Village Center opened in 2018, 3 stalls have remained empty. Why isn't the association and HCDB working with Native Hawaiians in Nanakuli to get them up to capacity to rent these stalls?
Jermaine,
Most especially, given preference, instead got all mainland vendors, Wendy's, Starbucks, etc., etc. Yet we have 1,050 homestead resident lots, lessees in Nanakuli. That's multi-generational families like my own living on one lot. Where is the effort to rehabilitate and assist Native Hawaiians to have these vacant retail spaces for the past 5 years? I thank you for deferring, and I'd like you to take these things into consideration before you ever vote yes on something like this. There needs to be rules, and associations cannot be given priorities by a chairman. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next person, Demont.
I have a quick question. And this is for the AG, because that was a lot of things to think through. But I think what I'm hearing, Alana, is it appears that there's some form of negotiation going on behalf of the department. My question is, can any form of negotiation occur based on what we heard today without these matters coming before the commission for consideration and deliberation? That is my question. Which comes first? Do we not have to be part of a deliberation before those negotiations occur?
And are you asking the question in the context of general leasing? General leasing. Okay. As it stands now, my understanding is that all general leases have to come before the commission and be approved by the commission, and the details of the lease itself can be negotiated by the chair.
So based on what I'm hearing, if in fact that's correct, would that be inappropriate for any entity to engage in what appears to be a form of negotiation before it comes before the commission? That is my question.
So without knowing the whole universe of facts, I'm very hesitant to make a just blanket statement. I would need to know all the details that the entities we're talking about, but it is my understanding that general leases and who those leases are awarded to should come before the commission for approval.
Okay, so I'm just going to say on its face, I'm concerned by what I'm hearing. So what is the recommendation by the AG to take a deeper dive to verify if this is in fact occurring? That is my question.
You know, hang on. Commissioner, you know, there's some kind of inference here that I'm acting in an inappropriate manner. Let's put it on the table. Let me put it on the table that statements that were previously made are totally inaccurate regarding negotiations, regarding commitments. You know, that's something that obviously comes before the commission. Regarding discussions, yeah, I can have discussions without a doubt. It's part of my job is to talk to different peoples involving different projects. I'll continue to do that, but with respect to actions by the commission or actually dispositions that are going to be approved, that all has to come before the commission. So any innuendos or comments of unethical, improper, or kind of self-serving, self-dealing, that's to me, very inappropriate. You got a specific claim or charge, put it on the table. You know, with respect to comments from people that throw whatever out in hopes part of it hits the fan and, you know, spreads and gives it some credibility, I'd have to, you know, kind of take offense to that, in that, you know, this job is something I've taken on. I'm committed, and I'm done, and I have a history of showing a lot of integrity. So anybody that wants to question that, you know, I'm more than willing to subject myself to any kind of scrutiny and review process. But at this point, to kind of air it and kind of label it as if I'm doing something improper, you know, I take offense to that.
Okay, so Chair, my comments was in reference to someone else that was named. This wasn't an inference to you. Your name was not mentioned. So I am responding to a public comment, and I am putting that on the table.
And that's fine.
So this is.
But that person you're talking about was supposedly conducting discussions with me personally. So there is that connection if you're trying to kind of reference somebody that is involved here. And just for the record, I've detached myself from HCDB and have no contacts or involvement in commitments to HCDB, other than existing situations that are present before this commission and being considered, such as the Ulukekukui project, you know, regarding the Maili and the project we're trying to get off the ground to service the people on the wait list. But other than that, there's, you know, there's the HCDB that was involved in the Nanakuli Village Center, which has become a successful development that is, you know, not only providing housing, it's providing a cultural center as well as commercial, as well as medical clinics. There's also HCDB was involved in the replacement home, the Kaupea project, not the Kaupea, but the replacement home project. So it has a track record that I'm very proud of. So anybody that's trying to infer that HCDB is a, you know, bad nonprofit that is self-dealing and trying to rip off the Hawaiians, I take a lot of offense to that.
Okay, so your point is well taken, but I want to restate. I'm responding to a name that was provided and what appears to be conduct that connects us to what appears to be negotiations. And that's, I'm not linking you to that. I'm responding specifically to that comment. And that does, for me as a commissioner, I need to ask that, because we need to know that when we are speaking to the public, whoever that is, if it appears to be a negotiation before it comes before this commission, that is kuleana that we have to think through. I'm not inferring anything about you, Chair. It goes specific to the name that was raised. That's all. Thank you.
Dimon, your turn.
Aloha again. Dimon Manole. So first I would like to just address two things. One is the boogeyman that always being thrown in our face, and that is we fear litigation. Number two, I'd like to address the issue of the preferential treatment that was stopped 25 years ago by Ray Soon. Ray Soon made one of the most offensive comments that I've ever heard from the department and the commission. Hawaiians don't pay their bills, so we're not going to follow the act, that portion of the act. But you don't get to pick and choose what part of the act you like follow, bro. You follow one part of the act, you follow all the act, or you don't follow none of the act. To me, you don't get to pick and choose that. And I'm really offended by the innuendo that, oh, you know, we got to make all these excuses why we don't give them to Hawaiians. Yeah, it's in the act for a reason. Because Prince Kuhio knew that we was being pushed out of our lands. That's why he didn't fight for our lands. And he knew we was being bombarded by people coming from all over the world, taking over businesses and whatnot, and leaving us behind in the dust. We couldn't even pay our bills. My mother then, born and raised in Kaka'ako. Born and raised in Kaka'ako. The oldest wooden structure in Kaka'ako right now, my mom and her siblings all born in that house where Sukenjo's used to be, right across the old theater. So, me, I really offended by that statement. And I'm glad after 25 years, we finally get one ruling in Kalima. 25 years. We finally get a ruling in Kalima that the Hawaiians was right to sue the department for its practices. And now, 25 years later, we get somebody with the audacity to say we're going to end that denial of preferential treatment to Hawaiians and bring it back to us. We deserve that preference. That's ours. So to make all these excuses why we shouldn't go back to that because we might get sued, let me address something to that. One of the offensive things I heard one of our congressional leaders say was Mazie Hirano. She threw out a boogeyman by saying Neil Gorsuch is going to be bad for Native Hawaiians because he don't like Native Hawaiians. And the Supreme Court right now is packed with ultra-conservative court right now. They're ultra-conservative, which Neil Gorsuch is part of them. But guess what Neil Gorsuch did on his first ruling that he authored on July 9th, 2020, in a case called McVirt versus Oklahoma. And Deputy Attorney General, I would like to give you some homework on McGirt versus Oklahoma so you can verify this. Neil Gorsuch authored a 5-4 majority opinion holding that Oklahoma lacked jurisdiction to prosecute Jimmy McGirt. The court first noted that all parties agreed that McGirt's crimes were committed on lands described as belonging to the Creek Nation in an 1866 treaty and federal statute. Though the early treaties did not refer to the Creek lands as reservation, the court has held that similar language in treaties from the same era was sufficient to create a reservation. An 1856 treaty promised that no portion of Creek lands would ever be embraced or included within or annexed to any territorial state, and that the Creek Nation would have the unrestricted right of self-government with full jurisdiction over enrolled tribe members and their property. Once a federal reservation is established, only Congress can diminish or de-establish it through a clear expression of congressional intent. I don't want a lawyer, but I read in the document that was authored by this guy. The court acknowledged that Congress has broken many promises to the tribe, but none has manifested clear expression of congressional intent to de-establish the Creek Nation. The court objected Oklahoma's argument that Congress never established a reservation in the first place, finding that such a conclusion would require willful blindness to the statutory language. The court also rejected Oklahoma's argument that the Oklahoma Enabling Act transferred jurisdiction from federal courts to state courts as contrary to the plain terms of the MCA. The mere fact that Oklahoma has been exercising jurisdiction in these cases do not make it any more correct. Indeed, unlawful acts performed long enough with sufficient vigor are never enough to amend the law. The purpose of reading this is that in our own act, Section 101 gives us the power to practice self-determination and self-governance. That's our right, our right. So when we decide to go back and push for the preferential treatment, I'm gonna do what Neil Abercrombie said. Abercrombie wants us threatened with lawsuits if this thing goes through or whatever the issue was. And you know what he said? Bring it on. I got a whole entire army of salaried attorney general, deputy attorney generals that we can fight this. I'm not scared of anybody trying to fight the preferential treatment. That's our law, bro. And that law protects us. And NAN Inc. and Pesha, multi-billion-dollar corporation, non-Hawaiian, multi-billion-dollar corporation. They get preferential treatment over us? Bro, they're paying peanuts to the department for use of all that lands. And what do? They sublease to Hawaiians at an exorbitant amount of rate for sublease their land. And they don't even want general lease anymore. They get month to month. Come on, man. We're not afraid of anybody comes to us. Come. We like scrap, let's go.
Okay,
You know what I
Damon,
mean?
thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you.
we're not afraid. Oklahoma, McGirt versus Oklahoma. We'll back our play. on a conservative court. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, since we've deferred this particular item, I'm gonna, kind of move on. I know there's a bunch of people that want to testify, but we got a lot on our agenda. So next item on the agenda, is that one? Oh, E1. E1, the Fonzie Naiva Ag Lots. Stuart Matsunaga.
Hello, Commissioners and Chairman Stuart Matsunaga, Land Development Division Administrator. I too would also like to mahalo Commissioners Kaupu and Teruya for their service. It's been great working with them. I know that former Commissioner Teruya will continue to call LDD with all of the different issues she has, and I look forward to that. Okay, I'd also like to introduce Neil Nugent, who's our acting engineer 6, who will actually do the presentation. I'm not sure if he's here. And if not, I will start it. We also have RM Towell, our planning and design engineer, who will be presenting the PowerPoint. And so the recommended action for E1 is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves a finding of no significant impact, which is the FONSI determination based on the final EA for the Naiva Agricultural Subdivision in the Ho'olehua region on the island of Molokai. And we can...
Are there any questions on this action item? Do you guys want to go through the whole PowerPoint and, or would there be any objections that we just take the motion up and act on it? If not, you guys
I'm good.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what, Neil, why don't you just do a real good summary of it? We don't have to go through a PowerPoint.
Neil Nugent, Land Development Division, engineer. Aloha, Commissioners, aloha, Chair. We're pleased to bring to you for your decision the final environmental assessment finding of no significant impact for the Naiva Agricultural Subdivision in Molokai. A brief summary of this project is to add infrastructure to a homestead in Molokai, in Naiva. We're talking about access roads, grading for runoff, drainage, erosion control. There is a water supply currently. We'll be adding a irrigation water supply for non-potable water for agricultural use, electrical power, telephone service. Lessees will eventually be responsible for individual wastewater systems.
So Commissioners, we brought the draft EA to you, I think it was about March of this year. And so our consultants have conducted additional discussions with the community, as well as the completing the CIA, the Kapa'akai analysis. And so we feel that this is ready for prime time and for commission action to approve this. What's happening right now is that the engineers are preparing the construction plans for bidding in early 2024. Part of this project is going to be funded with Act 279 financing if we can get it out to bid early enough to encumber. So I think we urge the commission to take favorable action on this final environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, 8E.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Item E2, acknowledge project name change from Pu'unani to Pu'uhona. Stuart?
Okay, the recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission acknowledge and accept the Pu'unani Hawaiian Homestead Community Association's initiative to amend the Pu'unani Homestead subdivision's name to Pu'uhona Hawaiian Homestead.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Not all those in favor say aye. Oh. Blossom Fatera?
Before Blossom speaks, I wanted to just say that this is typically the commission doesn't approve names, but this is something that is generated from the community, from the beneficiaries associated with this project. It was noted in the environmental assessment that a name change was contemplated and that it would be then be developed from within the community beneficiaries who would be taking homestead residents in this new subdivision in Waikapu. And so we've had a lot of support from the community on this project. As you know, this is a new project in Waikapu. There were also issues from the surrounding community, which, you know, without the assistance of those like Blossom and Debbie Mahuna, really pushing forward with this new development, you know, I think we would have a much more difficult time. And so I want to acknowledge their efforts in moving this project forward. And it is under construction, and we hope to start building homes in middle part of next year.
Okay. Blossom, do you want to testify?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
In reference to item E2, it's absolutely wonderful that the department is at a place now where we can have a permanent name. Our community is waiting anxiously for that to appear on the horizon. I did, however, want to bring to your attention some concerns from our beneficiary community regarding some statements made by you in the development of rent with option to purchase in Pu'uhona. It's a concern, Mr. Chair, because as you know, the LIHTC process can be very long and unwieldy for developers, adding to the cost of the development, but primarily not being able to move forward on the vertical construction of the homes while we're waiting for the state to determine whether or not the project qualifies for the low-income tax credits necessary for that program. I am in support of the rent with option to purchase program. I think it's a great opportunity that can meet the needs of our beneficiaries on the lower economic spectrum. I just believe that for this project coming forward, it's inappropriate to try and change and pivot to add those components in this upcoming project. We have several more coming on the horizon. We have the Wailuku single family dwellings up Mauka. We have the Wai'ehu project. We also have Leali'i 1B, which I think, according to the beneficiary Mana'o shared with me, is they would love to see rent with option to purchase in Lahaina. But for this project, Mr. Chair, I think we are at a position now where we're good to go. And we should go as is looking forward. Mahalo.
Okay. Do we have the motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, sir. Okay, next, no, we can. Next item, F1, authorization, general lease. And I guess this one is just for information or for actual action. You got it. That's strong. Let's go. Okay, F1.
Hello, Commissioners. Kahana Albinio, professional. I think I introduced our new administrator last month at the Maui Commission meeting. He is present. He's sitting on the side. For those of you, Richard Kutanen is a new administrator for the Land Management Division. With that being said, I'd like to also echo the sentiments of previous administrators, Juan Garcia and Stuart Matsunaga, on the services and work that Commissioner Kaupu and Commissioner Teria had provided to the commission, and look forward to hearing more from Commissioner Teria with her questions and asks of the Nanakuli Homestead community, and also working with Commissioner Kaupu as he is with the department now. With that being said, item number F1, it's kind of a weird presentation because usually the administrator's on the side of the person that's presenting the submittal. Anyway, item number F1, LMD is seeking the authorization to general lease for industrial commercial mixed-use purposes at Kalailoa. Parcel number 3, Island of Oahu, TMK number 91013. Parcel number 1, again, the recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the following items A, B, C, and D.
Hannah, I thought that we were gonna defer this, subject to the commission taking action on the preferential, as well as laying out all the different other projects and parcels we're looking at besides this one.
We can defer that, okay? That's no problem, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we just defer this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Next item.
So with that too, are we gonna defer item number F2?
Okay, we defer that one too.
How about item number F3?
So Kahana.
Yep.
And thank you, Chair. I think this warrants a deferral, but I want to point out some of the reasons why. Because, you know, we have in one submittal 4 action items, and I spent a lot of time trying to navigate through this F2. It was very challenging, and so there are things contained in this submittal that concerns me. We don't have to talk about it now, but what I would like to see is when it comes back to us, we have had some time to think through, or the department has some time to think through about how they want to present it back to the commission. And I think one of the things that should be considered up front is to separate out some of these requests for approval. And I'm just going to stop there for now.
Okay. That being said, would a workshop be helpful also, or? Okay.
Yeah, why don't we schedule a workshop for this, as well as the preferential treatment for 204, as well as 205, or 220.5.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll get that going so that you guys can kind of look at the different issues, as well as maybe get some advice from legal regarding the issues that might be.
Yes, and Chair, in the future, if we could try to limit our edit to one item, so we're not looking at 4 different items like in this submittal. The submittal should address one item, not 4 or 5 items. Then we got to go and navigate. Okay. I mean, it took me a long time just under this one to get through, and I'm still confused.
We'll just break it into 4 items.
Yes, please.
And just to clarify, when you say items, commissioners?
Oh, submittal.
Okay.
You have, under the submittal, you have 5 different things you want us to
Yeah,
decide on.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
so
that's what I
separate those out.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Nevis.
Okay.
Next item?
Item number F3.
Yeah, Patty, we're gonna move along. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Okay. Wait, do we have to give, if it's deferred, we don't need to give them. Yeah. We're gonna move forward, Patty, sorry. Okay, next item. Yes, we're gonna move forward. We got a lot of items to cover. And we got 21 people that have signed up to speak. So we got a lot of stuff to go through. And this item has been deferred. It's deferred. When we bring it up, you can talk about it. Okay, thank you. When it's on the agenda for action, you can talk. Thank you. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioners, public. I'm Richard Koitinen, Administrator for the Land Management Division. And bearing in mind what Commissioner Wo said, let me explain what this item is. This was deferred at last meeting. It's one of 8 leases that had expired, and the tenant is month to month. This one happens to have multi-tenants. I believe there's about 8 of them in 2 buildings. Right now, the lessee is not operating a business in the property, but they are a sandwich position. So this proposal came about to take that position where the rent we are receiving is approximately $1 per square foot of the building. Fair market rents in Mapuna Puna are $1.50 to $1.75. By taking the position of the sandwich lessee, we increase the income of the property. And to do so, we will have to hire an outside property management company because Land Management Division is not set up to manage properties on a day-to-day operation. We propose, 1, to authorize the chair to solicit or have us solicit professional services for a property management company, to hire them to manage the day-to-day operations and the leasing of the property, and also collect the rents, maintain the building, and provide us with an accounting and the net proceeds from the operation of the project. And this is the first prototype, first instance where we are doing such a thing. It's the first opportunity to do such a thing. If we establish a successful program, we can duplicate this with other properties and possibly acquire income-producing properties in the future. Should the commission decide we don't want to get into that business, we will proceed with what was proposed at last meeting to put this property, along with all the others, out for bid once the appraisals are presented and enter into a GL with whoever the winning bidder is. I would point out, I noticed in the authority on page 3, we have a bit of a typo. It refers to the Hawaii Revised Statutes. And I would point out that 103D-304 is Hawaii Revised Statutes. 202A and 204 sub 2 is out of the Hawaii Commission Act. And that should also be 204A2, not Hawaii Revised Statutes, Hawaii Commission Act. Were there any questions? I know we're trying to move things along, so instead of reading the presentation in front of you, I just tried to summarize it for you. And I think that is the issue that the commission has to decide whether this is something we want to pursue. And if so, let us pursue it. If not, let us proceed with the general lease solicitation and bid.
Is there a motion?
I have a comment.
Well, we'll take that up in discussion. Oh, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Wo?
Yes, so this one, in my opinion, warrants a deferral because you're asking for 2 different things. when I look through the submittal, it's confusing because I don't think it's a complete, well thought out submittal. And so it's not entirely clear to me, and I read through this several times. It's not entirely clear to me the comprehensive ask of the commission. So anyway, I think I'm going to stop there and just say I think because of that, this warrants a deferral and a workshop where you will have an opportunity to break it down for us in ways that we can understand it, and then we can make a fair deliberation and arrive at a decision. So that's my manao. Thank you.
Any other comments? Richard, on the, I guess, the two approaches, can you explain why you did it that way?
Excuse me, the two approaches are mutually exclusive. The second is the course we have always followed, to just get the appraisal, put the property out for bid, and review the bids, select the best bidder, and enter into a GO with them. The second, as I said, is a change of the course that will increase the income to the trust. It will also create possible risks because we will be maintaining the building, suffering any vacancy losses, and we will the commission will weigh the risks against the benefits of increasing the income. So we presented it as one item because you can't do both. You take one path or you take the other path. And we thought this was an opportune time because the leases have expired, that decision be brought for the commission to consider.
Okay, so I think one of the things that continue to come up is, and this is not specific to the current chair, but for current and future chairs, there seems to be a trend in these submittals to delegate our authority over to the chair to make certain decisions. And I think that's part of what the beneficiaries are trying to bring before us today. So there's that. The other thing is, I was trying to take some notes here. Oh yeah. I can't tell from the submittal, is this going to go to public auction under chapter 171? I'm a little confused. There's not enough clarity for me.
The solicitation for the property management?
Yeah, in your submittal, is this going to go for public auction?
It'll go through professional services form of procurement. So we will solicit applicants that are in the property management business to submit their resumes and their qualifications. And from that, we will follow the professional services solicitation procedure. If you're talking about the space leases, the Act allows the commission to enter into leases for not more than 5 years for space leases. And we're talking small leases, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. We're not talking acres of land as we normally would with a GL.
Okay, so what you want to do is to go into direct negotiations rather than public auction?
As far as the space leases you're talking about? The space leases would be handled by the property management company. They would advertise the space for lease and then select, if they had multiple tenants, advisors of those who had applied that are qualified to lease. And then the commission would be charged with making the decision as which one to enter into a lease with, which we would sign that. We would not have the property manager sign that.
Okay, so I see. So the ask to procure a property manager,
yes, sir,
is to give you the tools to go into these kinds of negotiations. Because you have to have that property manager in order to achieve that.
We are recommending that if we built out the staff and became a property management organization. we could do it in-house, but that would not be expeditious, nor probably economical if we just have the one property. So we wanted to present the opportunity for the commission to decide this, and if you want to call it a test basis, to see if it is a successful program that can go forward in the future, or if it is something that we'd rather go back to the current way of doing things.
Yeah, I think what the trigger for me is this is a test case, and I'm not inclined to approve the request based on this being a test. And is this for statewide, or I see you mentioned specific properties, but is this to be applied statewide as well?
We are asking statewide, but we have no properties in mind or that would be conducive to this type of an operation. This is the only property that we currently have available that happens to be multi-tenant. And anytime you do something for the first time, it's going to be a test case.
Yes, so when we expand statewide in the narrative, and this is just me, because we don't have those spaces, it feels like putting the cart before the horse. We're asking for something to utilize in these various scenarios, some of which don't exist. So anyway, that's just me.
If I may suggest, if you would prefer to treat it as a true test case, and instead of doing it statewide, offer it for this project and report back to you, and that would be an appropriate time to have the workshop to advise you of the successes and the failures of how this works for us.
So if you're suggesting we defer and you come back with a more fully vetted explanation, I would support that.
Yeah. So,
Commissioner Neves?
You said a mouthful, and so let me sort of know where I'm understanding this. So we're looking for a property manager to manage these multi-unit areas you got, chapter plan. So is this a either or? We have two proposals here in one. If we have a property manager, they're going to manage the chapter plans. If we don't approve that, then we're going to issue right of entry. Is that correct?
Correct. This is just one property in
Yes, but I mean, but it's a two-folded question. I mean, it's a two-folded decision. We either approve a property manager to manage that, or we authorize a right of entry permit. Is that correct?
The right of entry would not be correct. The GL, it would be a proposal to issue a GL for a long-term tenant, much as we have now to come on board.
But it says here authorized right of entry permit for lease properties. On the subject.
Oh, excuse me. The current tenant is leased properties, and when this was deferred last month, it was for the right of entry, which was deferred. So the tenant was not issued a right of entry to continue for 2 months while we get the appraisal. So what the intent is here is to amend last month's submittal that was just the right of entry. So
you see where it's getting confusing.
it gets, if you go, I'm at a fork in the road, I can go left or I can go right, it becomes much easier.
Unfortunately, I'm not driving that car. Jared, I asked him to read it further so we get some more clarification. I think there's still some confusion. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but, you know, you say right of entry to lease, let's get it clean so we understand what we're doing.
With respect to the situation on site, is there the tenants, the holdover tenants are still there? Are they managing it, or is it abandoned warehouses that we got to deal with, or what's the situation currently? Is there an urgency to act on it?
The only urgency is he's on a month-to-month tenancy.
Month to month, so he's still, say, somebody in there.
The tenants, his subtenants.
Right.
Or its subtenants, corporation, are still in occupancy as far as I know.
Okay.
We don't know if they're looking elsewhere because they are also month to month because their landlord is a month to month basis. I have no reason to believe any of them want to move out, but the longer it's prolonged,
Okay,
that
well,
becomes a possibility to find another opportunity.
yeah. Okay, well, why don't we defer it for 1 month, and then you guys can get some clarification, because I am concerned about the current situation. I don't want to lose the tenants, which we've lost on other tenants out there, and the abandoned premises have been, subject to arsonists, all kind of other stuff. So we, got to kind of move on this pretty quick. Okay? So we'll defer it to next month.
Since I'm doing things a little different, if you notice, Kahana had given the first presentation. I believe it's important for educational purposes and also for you to get to know my staff, for them all to present their own items, if that's okay with everybody.
Okay,
thank you.
What's the next item? F4, Richard, who's doing F4? Okay, Calais.
Actually, I have two cell tower licenses that I'd like to
Calais,
start.
can you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Calais. I'm a land agent in the land management division. We have two cell towers, both on the west side of the island. Those licenses expired. They expired during a time when we're in the middle of litigation with another cell tower company. So at the time, we were told to just hold off on renewing these licenses. We do have them on month-to-month leases, which they are current on paying. However, the cell tower people are now starting to share towers with each other. And now that they're sharing, I'm also proposing in both of F4 and F5 of the submittals that we reestablish, or we put into these leases that if they're going to share towers and rent that out, we're going to share those rents too. So mainly what I'm doing here is asking to engage in two licenses with well-established cell tower companies, and the rents will be established according to an appraised value, so there'd be a third party, which is normal practice for us, and also add in clauses so that if they do share that tower with somebody else and make rent money, they'll share that rent with us. So that's essentially what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Is there a second? Discussion?
Yes, I just have a question about this item, and probably F5 as well, which are pretty identical. I'm going to have Jaron come up and provide information as to how that's tied to our broadband and our stuff, and what input he has. I want to make sure that as we move forward with broadband, that all of this is included as Jared would know on the cell towers, and how we're building things as well. So, Jared, thank you.
Hi, Commission. My name is Jaron. I'm the broadband coordinator for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. To answer your question, Commissioner, we are aware and we are working with LMD on these cell towers. Right now, we're currently trying to get an inventory of what we currently have on Hawaiian Homelands and formulating a plan of management going forward.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it.
It's, in both of these licenses, it included a clause that would give us the flexibility that if we wanted to use that tower, that they would have to, allow us to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're coordinating with Jaren as well to make sure that, you know, we have control of those towers and we are building them properly based on his assessment as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item, F5.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Okay, Al, Heath. These are action items, so not deferred.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Al He. I have licenses like this. I am not suggesting that I am against these licenses being issued. I am asking that the terms and the conditions of the license to these non-beneficiary companies be the same as the terms and conditions of the license that the commission gave to me as a beneficiary. That's my only comment. So, you know, the approval, if you want to give it to them, I'm not going to object to it, but I will object if it's on more favorable terms than the license that you have given, that a previous commission has given to me as a beneficiary. I'll accept any questions if there are.
How is your license terms different from this one?
The license that I have requires me to provide services to all of Hawaiian homelands. And all of the assets that we have go to that. It is a beneficiary benefit license. It requires that all of the monies be used for the benefit of the beneficiaries. It is not done by an appraisal. When you do licenses like this to non-beneficiaries, what you are doing is you're allowing non-beneficiaries to essentially create another mahele, where they're gonna select parcels, they're gonna select low-hanging fruit, they're gonna get it appraised on an individual basis, they're gonna take over those parcels so that those parcels can no longer be used in a coordinated effort to benefit all beneficiaries. It is a mahele of the Hawaiian Homes Commission lands and all of the Hawaiian homelands. But if the department wants to approve it, I'm okay with it as long as the people who get it on the same terms and conditions.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, next item.
Thank you.
F5. That's the Mobile West Corporation, T-Mobile.
Yeah, the exact same situation as item F4, only it's a different cell tower, so all the elements are the same. Go out for asking an appraiser to tell us what they think is the market rate. Same clauses allowing Hawaiian Homes to put our equipment on it should Jared want that. And exact ditto of the other one we just approved.
Okay, same comments, Al.
Same comments.
Okay.
One exception, I want to make sure that if you're approving it, are you approving it so that it takes into account my comments that it's the same for beneficiary or non-beneficiary? Are you just approving it?
Per the action item and how it's detailed.
Well, the action item doesn't say how it's going to be the actual terms of it.
No, it does.
Okay, when I had asked Ole about this, it was told to me that the terms and conditions were still to be worked out, that this was an approval to enter into the license. It was different than what it was represented to me that way. As a for instance, you don't have an appraisal yet. What is that appraisal based on? Is it based on the terms and conditions that are in my license? Or is it based on the terms and conditions that are something else? So I don't think that the approval has all of the terms and conditions in it. You can't, otherwise you can't have an appraisal.
Excuse me, all due respect to Al, when I was talking about the term, it's based on an appraised value. We don't have that appraisal yet. In order to move forward on spending money for that appraisal, we've got to go hire the guy. And this essentially is the basis. After, if it does get approved, then we go back to the office and we put the thing up to bid and we get a third party to set that term, which is the rent.
And I certainly didn't mean to disparage or to put words in anyone's mouth. But when you appraise a piece of property, the appraisal is based on the terms and conditions which will be in that piece of property. As a for instance, the use of the tower by the department. Now that's already in my license. So if you're gonna put that in there, it changes the appraisal. So I think what you have in front of you is an approval to move forward with setting this up and setting the price or conditions. What I'm asking you, and it seems timely today since the morning was discussed about preference for beneficiaries. I am a beneficiary. I'm not asking for preference. I'm just asking to be equal. That's all I'm asking for, is treat me as a beneficiary equal to Verizon and T-Mobile. You don't have to give me the preference to get this. Just treat me equal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Aloha, ka pua ki ikoa ka mai no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awawa waenai. Maiau. I also speak and share some of the sentiment that Mr. He has shared. And I thank you folks for taking care of the previous pilikia, because oftentimes we come in agreement and there's times that we disagree. But I ask you to hear his plea, because I have heard so many times about where the beneficiaries are given a hard rub, hard access to get to our own aina. And that was brought up earlier as well. So what suits the beneficiary ought to suit all applicants. What suits all applicants ought to suit all beneficiaries. Parity, equality, justice. That's what we need. We need justice. And we need you folks. We thank you folks for your service and your time, but we need you to get deep, deep into these items. And I agree. You cannot put so much on an agenda that we cannot discuss the agenda. And perhaps we need more meetings instead of once a month, twice a month. I thank you folks for all of your time, but if we cannot do what needs to be done, don't short us by saying that the agenda is so full, we have so many speakers, of which I am one, but that's because the agenda is too full. We have a lot of work to do. and obviously not enough time to do it. But we need you folks to lean into what is being submitted and to try and connect the dots. Because if you, as very well established, acknowledged people, cannot figure it out, then perhaps you should be abstaining from the vote. You should have a clear, defined, what is this asking? How does it affect the beneficiaries? How does it affect the trust? Is it something that we could and should do? Is it ethical? Is it moral? These things can be legal, but they cross those two lines like nobody's business. So the legalities needs to also meet the threshold of ethics and morality and justice. Mahalo.
Thank you, Kupu. Item F6, approval to issue First Amendment to ROE 717. Richard?
Aloha, Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Shelley Carrera, Land Agent with Land Management Division, presenting item F1. No, I'm sorry, F6. The recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the First Amendment to right of entry permit number 717 issued to the State of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources for an additional 12-month period for the purpose of conducting axis deer population control activities, and also to amend the exhibit to reflect the expanded safety zone areas.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Next item, F7, approval of delinquent rent payment plan.
Aloha Commissioners, aloha Chairman. My name is Brigida Eisen. I'm the new land agent at the Land Management Division, and I'm here to present 3 items. First one is F7, approval of delinquent rent payment plan for general lease number 159, Waiakea, South Hilo, Island of Hawaii, identified by Team K number 32-2060036.
Do you want to explain a little bit more?
Oh, yeah. This is Aloha M&W Properties. They actually have 3 leases with DHHL. They have general lease number 277, for which they are current, general lease number 159, for which they are delinquent for the original $47,175,000, and as of today, the balance is $38,250. As we talked about this payment plan that was supposed to start October 1st, 2023. And so we sent them a notice of default in May 2023 and a notice of delinquency and termination in August 2023. And they reached out to us September 2023 and talked about a payment plan. So for the payment plan, we are charging them an interest rate of 8% on the delinquent balance. And we arrange for 20 months payment. And they have 2 years left on their lease. That's the explanation for the 20 months.
Are they consistent on their payment right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion?
I got a question.
Sure.
So the lease terminates in 2 years. What happens after 2 years?
So,
Or leading up to the termination date?
yeah, so they haven't presented their, well, we give them a chance if they wanted to, okay, hold on. Let me just look into this.
To extend the lease?
Oh, they don't have an option to extend the lease. They have already exercised the 55-year lease.
Okay, so, I mean, they owe us money, so this is a
Repayment.
repayment plan, and it'll be repaid before the termination.
That's correct.
We do have a public testimony from Patrick Kavaiola. Patrick.
Hello, Hawaii. Yeah, my name again is Patrick Kavaiola. I'm here. She had the land agent did explain one of my questions was what was the delinquency. However, there's a confusion. As I looked at the annual report, their lease doesn't expire in 2 years. Their lease they have several more years left on more than 2 years left on their. And you mentioned there's 3 parcels, but you only mentioned two lease numbers. 157, excuse me, 159 and 277. What about 258?
Oh, excuse me.
258 is the same guys.
Yes, so 258, they have also applied for a payment plan, which I will be presenting. That is actually item F7.
Okay, I'm sorry. I may be ahead of myself, but that's the same animal, so that's my reason for making these comments. It's what is the how far were they delinquent? My point being, how far were they in delinquency? Because in the not too distant past, we had an individual just up the road from there, again another non-native that was delinquent, and eventually they lost their property. But the department also lost some funding because they were not being compensated. So it's the same with these individuals. So am I to understand that there's only 2 years left, or a very limited amount of years left on these individuals for the 3 sets of properties?
Yes, yeah, there's 2 years left for GL 159.
Okay, and then this is that's to recoup the money, which is in about $50,000. So, okay, I would then defer to to my commissioner and the rest of the commission to make the approval for whatever they believe is necessary for the department and the collection of those fees.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you
Patrick.
very much.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. F8.
Okay, so we shall proceed to item F8, approval for payment plan for GL 258. Same tenant, Aloha Machine and Welding, Island of Hawaii, identified by TMK number 32-2, 060, 033, and 034. So on this one, they are on a 32 months payment plan. What we're doing is we're doubling their base rent at an amortized interest rate of 8%. For this general lease, the tenants have 34 more years left. Yeah, 34 more months left.
Yeah, months, not years.
Sorry about that.
Big difference. Okay. Is there a motion? Yeah, discussion. Billy Keating?
Thank you, Brigida, right?
Thank you.
So, yeah, I was taking a look, general lease 258. They owe us about $80K.
Oh,
And the payment plan is for 32 months
That's
to pay us
correct.
back? So getting back to the remaining years on the lease, I saw it says, what, 2057? Is that correct? So they have 29 more years on this lease.
Let me look.
57 minus 23.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we're giving them 32 months to get back to current. And then from then on, it's just we'll continue the lease. We just want to get back.
That's correct. So we're
Recoup.
doubling their base rent right now. That's what they can afford for now.
Okay. What about providing updates? I mean, 32 months is almost 3 years. Can we get updates several months, 6 months, or at least at a minimum 6 months, or at a maximum, maybe a year, I don't know. But rather than letting this prolong and we get behind on payments, give us a
Okay, yeah,
regular update for both leases.
will do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, I agree with Mike that if this same person's going to fall into arrears like this, it's time to cut our losses at some point. So if he doesn't come up to date with the payments, we should consider terminating his lease. Yeah, and that's just my remark.
Has the guy been paying his lease rent currently? For
Yeah, he
both?
has been paying after we discuss about the payment plan.
Right. Along with the additional payment, or is?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Chairman.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Item F9?
Yes, so for item F9.
Mr. Chair, may I please?
Yes, Patrick.
I'm sorry, on this, I'm glad Mike went to look, because that was my question in the beginning. That these guys have more than 2 years left on their lease. Because I thought I saw in the annual report where they have till 2059. That's a lot more than 2 years. So that's an information that was in this meeting came out wrong. Okay.
No, it came out
So
right.
it
We
did.
talked about a longer remaining period on their lease. I believe 27 or 29 years.
Except the only reason I'm saying is except for the land agent, when she explained to me, is that they only had 2 years left.
On the first one.
That's for 159.
On F7.
Okay. Any other
But those
comments?
three are they're on the same lot. That's my problem I'm having. We're looking at the size of the acreage or whatever they did in the annual report, speaks to 6.7, 9.2. But I know exactly where these guys are located on Makala. So I just want to be sure that the trust does not lose any more money. And I hate to see that beneficiaries who are commercial lessees there, of which we only have about 2 or 3, they get bombarded every month if they're one day late or 1 month late. But the non-natives seem to get by with, we're gonna make repayment plans. So that's my objections.
Okay.
So again, thank all of you for doing this thing, again. Thank Mike for clearing it up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Next item, F9.
Yeah, I'm presenting F9, LMD seeking approval to amend right of entry permit number 732, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Kauai High, Island of Hawaii, identified by TMK numbers 361, 002, 003, 004, 005, 006, and various TMKs. So what happened was the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers sent us another email on September 27, 2023, adding newly identified parcels of Hawaiian homelands situated in and around the Kauai, the formerly known as the Waikoloa Maneuver area, and they wanted to include this in their investigation for potential contamination. So we are here before you today to seek your approval for the amendment of right of entry number 732 to include these additional parcels.
Excuse me, Chair. Sure. Just for clarification, I wanted to make sure, did we vote?
No, we didn't vote on this one.
F8.
The other one we did.
We did vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a motion on F9? Motion. Second. Okay, any discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Freitas?
Jojo, you can go first.
Oh, okay. Well, I've already testified. Thank you, Commissioner. I've already testified about this, and we did hold a meeting with USACE at the Hawaiian Homes Hall in Waibea. And I got to talk to, what's his name, Captain Tanaka, about, they weren't sure why we wanted them to check the properties across from the lighthouse. They did not realize that the old harbor comes from the lighthouse through Hawaiian homelands, and surveying Hawaiian homelands is not part of their original plan. So I told him I'm happy that Hawaiian Homes, they finally asked to put them to survey that land, which will probably be our bypass road. He said Hawaiian Homes never told them anything. So I'm wondering, when does Hawaiian Homes step up for the beneficiaries? Otherwise, they would have passed us by. And the other thing is that we have burials in that area. They were not informed that that kind of stuff was in these areas. And I testified that there are historic sites. This is the home of Kamehameha. He built the Pu'ukohola, but they were not informed. And I'm kind of concerned that the department is not stepping up to the plate. And it's a good thing that we had a community meeting because they learned something. And that's what I got to say. I have a concern about this. I like that they're going to do it, but please address the problems, the impacts. Like Poly High Stream, you know, that flood from the stream floods the lady's lot. She's been there, historic home. It was there before the harbor. So Hawaiian Homes has not responded. They have not talked to her about how they can help her or what they're going to do about the problem. And that's one of the places that you're going to go. Furthermore, they did not talk to those lessees down there to tell them. They're going to be walking around in their backyards practically. He never said anything to them. So I wanted to share that piece of information, and I hope the department and the commission will fix the problem. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Freitas.
Commissioner Freitas?
Thank you guys very much for looking into this. Yeah, I've been to a lot of those meetings with Auntie Jojo in Waimea, working a lot with the Waimea Community Association on this particular Waikoloa Maneuver area. So this is particularly addressing the UXO issues. Okay, so those issues, that's a huge issue in our community for multiple reasons, safety, but also lending purposes. A lot of the beneficiaries cannot get loans because of those UXOs that have been there close to 100 years now. And thank you guys for setting us up. I appreciate that. If you can be in contact with me as things progress, so I can just kind of, you know, in our Waimea Community Association meetings, I can kind of pass that information on. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. F10, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chairman.
Want to take a break? Okay. No need. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to take a recess, 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. The next item on the agenda is C5, Tribal Broadband Connectivity Update. C5.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jaron. I'm the Broadband Coordinator for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This is Keith. He is the Broadband Coordinator Assistant.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commission. Great to meet you all.
So thank you for letting us present. We're going to go over the broadband updates for the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Slide. So this is just a quick overview of what we're going to do. We're going to go over the award summary, a timeline, going through our projects that we have outlined in this award, and then followed by questions that you guys may have. So just to recap, this is the breakdown of our award that we got from NTIA back in December. It's a total is at the bottom of $17,284,762.45. It is broken out into a feasibility study / assessment for infrastructure at the top, which is totaling at $6,387,362, and broken out into our use and adoption programs. This is more focused on digital equity stuff. So the total for that is $10,897,445, and it's broken out into 4 projects. One is charter schools. Project 2, which has been renamed to just digital mapping. Sorry about that. Project 3, which is Nanakuli Public Library, and Project 4, which is telehealth and maternal telehealth. Slide. So this is a timeline. I just want to pull your guys' attention to the top left first. So that is the use and adoption projects, kind of where we're at on them, just a quick overview. So right now we are waiting for some feedback from some of the people, like the libraries. The telehealth project has been routed for signatures. The charter schools project, we're waiting to the end of the school year to do, because it makes a little bit more sense. Instead of dropping off laptops in January, it's better to just kind of give it to them at the end of the school year so they can implement it next school year. And then the MOA for community networks and broadband mapping, we're going through state procurement right now, so we're on the final stages of that. So just from bottom left to top right, this is our POAM. Right now we're at the STAR, which is the update of the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program to you guys. Our next hard deadlines is that end of November, our infrastructure study will be complete. December, we have a draft application for the notice of funding for our second half of money. January is when our second notice of funding opportunity closes. So that's the date we need to apply by. And in January, we're also looking at finalization of our MOAs for the use and adoption projects that we have currently. And by February, we're trying to do some community engagement and an update on the 2.5 spectrum build out. So this is our use and adoption slides. So the first one is a charter schools project. Again, this project was to increase laptops at Native Hawaiian focused charter schools that are on or near Hawaiian homelands. So originally there was some schools stated in the original application, but we've expanded it out. We've actually been going to other islands to kind of talk to these charter schools, like in Kauai, in Kekaha, Molokai, out here in Nanakuli, and then a few on the Big Island. So we're expanding this project to get more charter schools involved. Slide. So this broadband mapping, it's actually a partnership with UCLA. We're going through the state procurement process for this. We're trying to get, it's just pending the state procurement process. So this is just what UCLA is. Ookla is a data mapping service that helps us make business decisions on the connectivity on Hawaiian homelands. So this is a snapshot of the home page that they've given us access to for Maui. As you can see, it's kind of hard to see. Well, it's kind of hard to see because it's really light, but this goes over latency, so the amount of lag that you have between data transmissions, the download speeds, the upload speeds, and the amount of the number of carriers that are in that area that provide service. So if we look at the top right, you see those multiple squares. That's actually the island of Maui, and that shows where our connections are and people that are taking speed tests, so we can accurately see where we need to focus some of the broadband infrastructure money to kind of upgrade our Hawaiian homelands. So the next project is Nanakuli Public Library. We're working with the state librarian to kind of finalize our memorandum of agreement. This one is to just build out a digital literacy tech innovation hub. It's kind of a pilot project to see if this works and how we can kind of do it. So the next one is the telehealth, which is maternal and native Hawaiian telehealth. Right now, the MOA between Hawaiian Homelands and JABSOM is currently being routed for signatures. So we're almost completed with that. So the last thing is the broadband planning and feasibility. This is a study that we put out to RFP for an assessment of our infrastructure on Hawaiian homelands. Right now, we're anticipating the study to be done by the end of the month, and this study will help provide guidance to our second notice of funding opportunity in January. Any questions?
So Jaron, I know I've been involved with Kauai County. They're doing what they talk story at the libraries, and that's just really digital equity. Try to find out how much, and it's geared around kupunas. So it's really a good program. It's just really to get people comfortable with how to use a computer and try to evaluate what their experience levels are. It's funny, when I sat in one of the classes, I think you had 10 one week, and the following week they had 20. And I said, well, if you bring your little kids with you, you'd figure this out easy. And they all just sort of laughed. They say, yeah, I go to mile a minute, I can't keep up with them. But that's the infancy part of connecting. I know that there was a presentation made to this commission, I think about a year ago, about infrastructure for Molokai. And can you sort of update where we're at on that infrastructure for Molokai?
Yeah, so we are currently still waiting on Hawaiian Telecom to finish their infrastructure study, but we did take a trip out there to kind of just see what's actually going on and talk to some of the beneficiaries. I know that the Department of Transportation has just finished a fiber project on Molokai, so we're trying to figure out where that lines intersect with what needs to be covered, and we do have I guess, some inclination of how the service is on Molokai, and it's not the greatest. So we're gonna try and work to get better internet to Molokai.
Okay, do you have a sort of a timeline on that? You wait for Hawaiian Tel to complete their study, and then what are we looking at for a timeline? Because I know it's I'm speaking for Zach's group, I know they're unserved because my relatives live there and I can never get connected with them. But you have any timeline where they can get some relief?
So the timeline for the study is by the end of this month, we should be getting the data back. But for the implementation, it really depends on when we're actually awarded our second round of funding.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean we're gonna stop what we're doing. There's work that we need to continually do on all the neighbor islands that have shoddy connection to make sure that the money that we do get is used effectively and efficiently when we go into these communities.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Jaron, thank you. And as we discussed earlier, the idea of coming to Molokai to educate our beneficiaries is very important because currently, some areas on the island, Hawaiian homelands, especially Ho'olehua, does not have the best connections with internet. And they've gone through so many hurdles and problems. So hopefully, even if you haven't gotten the funding yet, I would really encourage you to come to Molokai and set up a meeting with, maybe do partial group meetings instead of the entire community, but emphasize more on the Ho'olehua area because they are the ones that are impacted the most. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll take that into account, and we are planning on going to do more outreach to all these islands, so we get a better understanding of what's there and what the people actually really need.
Commissioner Kalikini?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Jaron. In our previous discussion with what Commissioner Helm was referring to, this is perfect updates on a regular basis because it's been a while since we've heard what's going on. So there's a second round of financing this, and an application is due in January of next year. Okay, because this is the 2023, so that's a misprint then.
Well, it's actually due January 23rd, 2024. The hard deadline for the application is January 23rd, 2024.
And then just by chance, is Senator Schatz's office in any way assisting us?
Yes, we actually just emailed them today, but they're just they're there if we need help.
Okay, because I know he was a big supporter in the first round, so it's good folks to have on our side. Thank you.
Any questions on this side? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just the Aloha, Chair and Commissioners.
Aloha.
I just wanted to make a statement in regards to what we're speaking about. I'm the Kaupea Homestead Association. Back in 2020, we went ahead and the association made a report about suspicious workers on top of the utility boxes out of the perimeter of Kaupea Homestead. That was sent to every commissioner, previous administration. I believe Juan Garcia should know and Darrell Ng because they all were CC'd on that. And my thing is what you guys present. What I want to say is that how do we give check and balances? Because if we're doing broadband, and I didn't get any feedback from the previous department administration, and this is very alarming to me, Chair, because there is protection of tampering with utilities. And I think we have a picture. I sent it out. I talked to Darrell Ng. He came. We made the police report. We haven't had a report. I believe also enforcement is aware about it. But what I think is important is we're talking about doing all this broadband. But I've learned that the perimeters of Kapolei broadband around the perimeters of our homesteads is already set in with the fiber optic to connect within and outside. And to me, I recently got a feedback from the Attorney General agent, and they're gonna report back to me because I've been having a pushback in regards of answer, whether it's tampering or who was the suspicious workers out there. And if you can ask Darrell Ng that has my full report, those suspicious workers have a beanie on and van shoes. Okay, and the last that I heard from the AG's department was that 500 vendors were looked into from Spectrum, SIC, Hawaiian Tel, Kiko, was the 5 utilities. None of them was them. And last I heard that former Chair Isla said he's not worried, no tampering. No report was given back to me. I just got back from the AG that said a report would be back to me. I'm asking that, Chair, maybe we should investigate that, because if we're going forward and there's not check and balances, you have to realize this was during COVID. where our whole communication was based on the wireless. Some people had contested hearings that it couldn't go through. Some people had to get on Zoom meetings. So for me, I think I'm asking the commission and the chair, I believe Commissioner Maka, Sonoy, and Kaniakua, they're new. But if you look at these people in the head departments were aware of this, and I haven't had any feedback. And what I find alarming is that the Kanahili president, who is a police officer, he's seen it and they took a picture. And you know, when the department says it's not nobody that we know as vendors, no other vendor should be on those utility properties besides those that have been registered to be a vendor on any utilities company. So I'm asking not only for myself, but for the community of Kaupea, that the department investigate that and get a feedback to that, because I'm very hesitant about what's happening on our broadband. And broadband seems to be the biggest issue of funding coming over. And if we don't have a hold on the protection and security of our broadband, you're talking about, from what I know, 250 million was used to do the fiber optic. Today, that infrastructure is probably worth $1 billion after COVID. So I'm asking the commission that please investigate. I can give a copy if it hasn't been done to, if it hasn't given to you, Chair. I did ask Darrell Ng to make sure he talks to you or the deputy or Richard Hope, because I find this, if this is what we're talking about, broadband, we need to really check the security of how do we protect that broadband. Okay?
You're raising some good points.
Yes, and I can have, Leah, I can go ahead and give that to you, and I will come back on the next one to follow up on that. Mahalo.
Well, you said that you gave it to Darrell.
Darrell Ng has it.
Darrell, you got that? If not, if you can-
Darrell Ng was there when we made the police report, and he did
okay.
tell me. Darrell, do you have that report?
With a broad,
I actually have it,
Or,
Leah, if I could, I have it actually in my
okay.
Google Drive.
Won't you work with the, or are you gonna respond? Or if you're prepared, if you're not, we can.
Yeah, Chair, I don't recall getting a police report on that.
Oh, okay.
I was on site when she first reported it,
Oh, okay.
but after that, I turned it over to others to investigate. I just wanted to see what the problem was, and then find out who actually should take care of it.
Okay,
And
why don't you share whatever
that's-
you
yeah.
got, and we'll take a look at it.
What we did have the police report number on there.
Okay,
And,
we'll take a look at it.
yeah, I'll go ahead and send it to you, and if I can have a written report
Yeah.
about that.
Those are
Chair.
valid concerns.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For bringing it to our attention. Okay, the next item, C6, Act 279, PIG. Let's see, C6. what is that? Okay, let me just say on this one, you know, we got some new commissioners that are unfamiliar not only with the strategic plan that was adopted, but also I think it's important that they understand it, because there's some flexibility, not flexibility, but there are some changes that we're looking at. As you folks probably know, we put out 2 RFPs in trying to identify, what do you call it, new lands that we're looking at acquiring pursuant to Act 279. We're also looking for projects in better locations that might be a lot more cost effective, that might justify us maybe switching around or adjusting our budgets, as well as our the 20 projects that were originally adopted. So it's an ongoing process, but I do want to give the new commissioners the opportunity to not only study and understand the past action of the commission, but also be involved in looking at some of these new projects, which will all be presented to the commission before any action is taken. Any and all actions will be vetted as well as decided on by the full commission. So anyway, that's the reason for doing that one. We do have a lot of good projects that I think will be exciting when presented to the commission. I do value the new commissioners and their input, but I also appreciate the past input of the past commissioners that were a part of that. So anyway, this is, something I'm at my discretion have decided to move forward on. So is there any questions on that?
Sure. Yeah, and I understand where you're going. I just, I'm concerned that the lack of experience from, the new commissioners. I was involved in the PIG. It took a lot of time. We got a 100-page document. We also have, the beneficiary consultation from 2020 that you have to look at carefully. So, I wish them the best, but I just think that there should be people with more experience beyond it, but that's your decision. Thank you.
Sure. If I could. Oh, go ahead. Somebody wants to speak.
I would agree. I think that maybe a mixed group with some experienced commissioners and new commissioners. That way that reciprocity of learning can happen.
Okay, we're kind of limited to a number of people. Can be a quorum has to be at most 4. So if you, that's why we're keeping it at 4. Commissioner Wolf?
Yeah, so I want to start with a disclaimer. I have no interest in being on a PIG. But I do think a couple of things. I think Makai's been here long enough, even though he's new, he's been here long enough to kind of have a foundational understanding of, at least to think through some of these very complex issues. But I think for the new commissioners, and this has nothing to do with their aptitude, their skill set, their commitment for service, but it's that institutional piece that's going to be missing in this deliberation. And not having that institutional knowledge, it creates an imbalance in the deliberation process. And so I think in hearing what Sonoy said, I do support putting at least one seasoned commissioner on this committee to strike the right balance. But I leave that up to those who have been selected and to think through somebody's going to have to give up a seat in order to achieve that.
Sure. I actually volunteered because I just wanted to learn more. That was prior to being kind of self-nominated / committee nominated to the Aina Mauna PIG or whatever you want to call that. Also involved in geothermal as well as the law enforcement piece. I'm willing to step down. I think this is a very, very good opportunity for you folks to kind of dive into it and learn. And I guess Commissioner will already put himself out, so I'm assuming Commissioner Neves or Kelikini might jump in, but I'm definitely willing to step out if if that's best for us moving forward.
Chair, I also, I listen to what people say about the new commissioners and our lack of experience. And so I will volunteer to be an advisory if you want. I've written the strategic plans for Kauai Church, for Pearl City Community Church, for Metro Christian Church, for Shriners Hospital for Children, for the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. However, I recognize some of the criticism of having new people in there from the galley. And I'm happy to advise if you want. I've got a skill set. I get paid to be a strategic planner, and I'm happy to be an advisor.
Commissioner Namu?
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Okay, for someone who in the past administration was on so many PIGs, I really think that the one that you have now would be a refreshing one to give new ideas, especially at a time when we need new ideas, and especially for this big a project. Thank you.
Kelikini?
Thank you, Chair. So these comments also, I think this is a great opportunity for our commissioners to get a better understanding of Act 279. Yeah, it's always great to have folks that have been participating with the first PIG, and I think that opportunity is still there. I mean, there's no reason why a newer PIG wouldn't be able to reach out. It just cannot break quorum, right?
Sure.
So,
well, you can appoint no more than 4.
correct, but if one of the PIG commissioners wants to speak to, like, say, Commissioner Nevis, who was on the previous, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, AG, is there? One-on-one? Okay, so, I mean, that's my comments, supportive.
Okay.
Kali, can I add a comment?
Sure.
And no disrespect to you, Chair, but one fix is to put someone with experience on and then maybe have your deputy chair the commission, the PIG, and that would give us 4.
A deputy, we're talking about commissioners, though. We could have no more than 4 commissioners.
Correct.
A deputy wouldn't be a commissioner.
Correct.
Wouldn't go towards the 4.
They would be a chair, but you would have 4 commissioners on. Outside of yourself is what I'm saying. Have your deputy chair.
Okay.
In past PIGs, for the PIG specifically for the Act 279, actually Chairman Isla was involved, so that gave us 4. But in past PIGs, we've had the deputy involved, and then we still only had 3. So we still have an opportunity to have 4 with the deputy, and you step out as let the deputy chair. But that's up to you. I'm just making a suggestion.
Okay, I appreciate your suggestion. Let's see, we have a couple of witnesses, Patty Turuya.
But thank you. Real quick, thank you for the discussion, and thank you, Commissioner Sonoy, for stepping down and allowing the senior commissioners. I'm just wondering why, and I know, Cully, that you're going to be serving on the PIG, and so you're also going to be chairing the PIG, is that correct?
I don't need to chair it, but
No?
I'm going to be on it.
Okay,
with my input.
and so, I don't know, I'd like to suggest Commissioner Nevis to continue to serve on the PIG as he did diligently on the PIG. But is it because with the PIG, you're going to deviate from the PIG? I mean, what is the PIG moving forward when Act 279 is kind of moving forward in place? I mean, is there more funding that you're going to get, or have you encumbered all the 600 mil? What is there different on the PIG that you need to form the PIG where we already have the strategic plan moving forward as month-to-month, having the reports from Mr. Matsunaga? So I'm just kind of trying to understand that.
As I mentioned previously, we did issue 2 RFPs, and we've received close to 20 different proposed projects, including lands that we could purchase. So there's a lot involved regarding making informed decisions. And so my purpose is to, similar to how we did in the original PIG, is to have some of the commissioners educate themselves, not only about the past strategic plan, but also the current projects that we're contemplating acting on. And then make a report, and then also have the full commission hear the presentation and make decisions. Because we do, my objective is to try and encumber the entire 600 million. And the plan is to go in for more funds. But in order to do that, we have to act fairly quickly on making decisions. So that's why I want to have not only the new commissioners being brought up to date concerning the past strategic plan, but also participate in vetting and understanding these new projects, and then make a recommendation, and then the full commission take action fairly quickly. We have to act quickly. Exactly. The commission is, or the legislature is coming up, and so we, in order to go in and ask for additional fundings, we have to show that we are in the process or have already encumbered. We've encumbered close to 400 million. I think we're short about 200 million, something like that. And so with the current projects we have that we're looking at, we will probably exceed the 600 million by 200 million, possibly more. So I want to have not only our projects in place, the best projects moving forward, but more importantly, positioned to go into the legislature and ask for more funds. Because obviously, when you look at it, 600 million seems like a lot, but it's not. We need more funds. So that's the objective of putting to bed, as well as making decisions on what projects to move forward on, besides the ones that we've already encumbered.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. But it's not deviating off of the strategic plan that was already adopted.
No, it's more like adjusting it to reflect a more informed decision as to what are the best projects. You know, since the original thing was passed, you know, back last year, there's a lot happened. There's a lot more projects that have been submitted, more lands, wonderful lands all throughout the state that have become available. We're working with Commitment Schools and some others, the Knudsen Foundation, you know, just a variety of different trusts that present some real opportunities for this trust. So one of the things that I'm trying to do is to flip our inventory. Right now, as we all know, historically, we've been plagued with very poor lands that involve significant infrastructure costs, which are some of the projects that we have under the strategic plan. So if we can change those and move forward on, instead of one very expensive project, and generate 3 for the same price, then why not? Especially if it's in better locations. So it really is a matter of you know, not only having our commissioners collectively look at the existing projects and strategic plan, and then making adjustments, not only with respect to the projects, but also the use of the funds.
Okay, so thank you. So in closing, I just want to advocate for the Act 279 to urge the commission to keep an eye on the Miley Development Project, the Old Voice of America project. Our community have been waiting for that development to move forward. It is in the Act 279 for planning and designing. Hopefully funding will be available for construction so we could see that moving forward. Voice of America in Maili. Mahalo.
Okay, let's see, Jermaine Myers.
I heard everybody's discussion, so I'm not going to add anything to it or repeat. I just wanted to ask the whoever is on the PIG, and hopefully it'll also include Commissioner Neves, that to keep in mind that Act 279, the way that we were told when we had a conversation with Sylvia Luke, as far as the intention, as far as I'm on the neighborhood board, and she attended our Hawaiian Affairs Committee meeting. And she said, yes, it's for the waitlisters. So verticals, meaning high rises, rentals, will not give you a 99-year lease. And so I think that's really imperative on the long-term view on any of the monies that are invested in from Act 279, that it always takes into consideration that it's a ole to rentals, because you can use general funds or NAHASDA funds for that, but at this pivotal time, to try to get as many waitlisters off the wait list and letting them have legacy of 99 plus years and passing it on to their next generation moving forward. So that's my only ask. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Kapua?
Aloha, Kapua Ki'i'ikwa again. Chairman, thank you for having this PIG, because you are right, there are some changes that you are proposing. And as an advocate and supporter at your confirmation, I'm asking you, as a chairman of this board, your influence is already inherent to what this commission does. So I'm asking you to consider allowing all 3 of you with a previous commissioner that served on the last pig. Your influence dominates over the agenda. Your influence is dominated in the negotiations that precedes this agenda. Your influence is well known to some, as well as your relations with some of the contractors and developers that are being considered, which I really have a slight idea, you know, but with your network and your influence that you had shared at the confirmation hearing, that you would step back. I'm having a hard time seeing that step. So I'm asking you to take this time to step back and allow our new commissioners, and thank you for making room. Thank you. But like the commissioner has stated, it's good for you folks to know what was decided previously, what the commissioner or what the director, our chair, has put into play or is wanting to put into play, and to allow you folks to understand with deep understanding from former commissioners. It could be Commissioner Neves, it could be Commissioner Awo, it could be Commissioner Helm, Kalekini, any of them. But I'm specifically asking for Commissioner Awo's continuance, and for you to allow the commissioners to move this evolving Act 279 planning to proceed. Mahalo.
Thank you, Kapo. Okay, this doesn't require action, so what's the next item? Let's see, Agenda D4, MOA Kauai Federal Credit Union.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. Again, for the record, my name is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. D4 is for information only regarding Memorandum of Understanding between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Kauai Federal Credit Union with respect to guarantee of interim construction loan. Here with me is Dean Oshiro, the Loan Services Branch Manager, who will be presenting the information to you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, some of you are familiar. We did this a couple months ago with a different organization. We're doing this again. Is it on? Yeah. This time with Kauai Federal Credit Union, and has been our normal practice. We'll do a workshop for you folks today in case you have questions, but the actual action for decision will not be till tomorrow. Okay. So the partnership is going to be with Kauai Federal Credit Union to guarantee their interim construction loans, and it is a memorandum of agreement, or what we're going to refer to as an MOA. So a little bit history about Kauai FCU. Founded in 1947 as Kauai Territory and County Federal Credit Union. In December of 2020, they became the first CDFI credit union, which is a community development financial institution. In 2021, they changed the name to Kauai Federal Credit Union. They roughly have about 7,500 members, about 111 million in deposits, 130 million in assets, 14.5 million in net worth, and 41.9 million in loans and mortgages extended. And so the KFCU lending staff is led by Mr. Sung Joon Lee, who was supposed to be here. I think he went for lunch and maybe he got lost coming back. Sorry, guys. But he's a mortgage loan manager. A position he got in 2021. Prior to that, he was like a loan processor and loan officer. Assisting him in the credit union will be two other staffers, which then includes a loan officer and loan processor under his supervision. Oh. Hey, he found it. That's Mr. Lee. Better late than never. Come on. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Lee, the commission.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Okay, so the interim construction loan guarantee, we're going to talk about the product a little bit now. So the term of the guarantee shall not exceed a period of 12 months with an option to extend for 3 additional months. And the guarantee pursuant to the act will not exceed 1/2 of the Department of Housing and Urban Development or HUD's half of their FHA loan amount standard to our direct loans, which is what we follow. So the interim construction loan guarantee will be risk-based, set at the interest rate at a minimum of 1 year CMT, or called a constant maturity rate, plus 3%, but in no event shall exceed 10% per annum. And the payments during the construction period is interest only. Okay. So in addition, KFCU, as doing only the interim construction, once we all know that the construction loan and the construction of the home is completed, they're gonna have to send it off to some other permanent lender. So they've already partnered with Island Pacific Mortgage, but they also are entering agreements with other lenders to finance the permanent takeout loans with the FHA Section 247. At this time, Kauai FCU does not anticipate carrying the loans themselves after the construction portion. So what's the benefits to our beneficiaries? The maximum loan amount, of course, is going to have to be set at 1/2 of FHA pursuant to the act. The lessees will only be assessed a 1-point origination fee for KFCU and 1-point discount for the takeout lender at the end. There is no down payment. They're not requiring any down payments from the beneficiary. Worst case scenario, what happens in default? If the borrower is willing to transfer their leasehold to an eligible Native Hawaiian, KFCU may consider making a new loan to the next individual. But if neither a new guaranteed loan or transfer and assumption, it cannot be processed within 6 months from their default notice, the defaulted loan will come back to the department for us to service, like other defaulted loans. So what happens then? DHHL, we will pay KFCU all the funds, whatever they are owed pursuant to the guarantee, of course, not to exceed the guaranteed loan amount. And we will only pay on demand after the construction of the home is completed. Reason being, we don't want a half-completed home back in our inventory, which makes it difficult to finish. And then what happens there, DHHL then services our loan. Our loan officers will take care of the servicing thereafter. Again, Mr. Lee is here to answer any questions if you folks have any regarding Kauai FCU. But again, the action is for tomorrow. I believe you folks have a copy of the MOA, was included in your packet if you wanted to review it. It's pretty much what we did with Hawaii Community Lending. It followed the template.
Mr. Lee, you want to say something? You want to say something?
Oh, well, so our general manager, who is Monica Bells, has been with us last 6 years. And then she has been really focused on community development. And then this is a part of our journey to accomplish our development in community. And so hopefully we get approved by you all, and we can continue to do our journey as a credit union mission. Thank you.
I have a question on the, let's assume there's a default, and say the contractor walks or whatever. How do you finish the completion of the home?
Sure. So we will be working with our insurance company, who is, so most likely in Kauai, there's like 2 big place where they can buy all these construction materials, which is one of them is HPM. So they will diligently look to replace the contractor, and then work with us to complete the construction site.
So you work with the supplier who will provide a replacement contractor?
Normally there's a bond, Chairman, right?
Right, there's a bond, right? So, but how do you guys get involved in that process, or who?
So normally HPM will look for the replacement for the contractors, and then we'll be there to support their decisions, because they're the one who actually knows experienced contractors.
I see. Okay, so you work with the supplier.
Yes.
Identify a contract, steps in and completes the house. Then the department steps up and reimburses them?
If it comes to that worst case scenario, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But again, Chair, only after they complete the
Right,
home, right?
that's
We
what I
want the
mean.
home completed. yeah.
That was a question, how are you gonna complete it? Okay, any other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner
so,
Nevis?
So as Commissioner Kawai, thank you for this opportunity for our beneficiaries. You know, we just gave out 51 lots and we're looking for alternative financing. It's sometimes difficult to get, you know, construction finance, and this interim construction financing is going to do well. And also I'm a member of KF. No plans. But anyway, this is, you know, another tool in our basket trying to get our homes built. And I'm sure it's going to be very welcomed by the community. Thank you.
Chair, is this a statewide program or just Hawaii?
Just Kauai.
Again, it's Kauai because you have to be a member of the Kauai FCU to look there.
Maybe you can talk to the Molokai.
Chair, we have, Commissioner, we have
Yeah,
to talk
there we go.
with Molokai, one of Molokai credit unions.
Yeah.
Get them involved.
Okay, anything else? If not, thank you.
Thank you. So
Appreciate it.
Commissioners, tomorrow will be the decision making, all right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Juan. Yeah, Juan, just to grab that.
Do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Leah, for that reminder. Yeah, D1, the various Homestead Services Division reports that is distributed to you on a monthly basis. We are available for any questions.
Which one we on now?
D1, the various monthly reports from Homestead Services Division.
Any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, E3, Kapolei Projects Update. Stuart Matsunaka.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. With me is Mr. Kapolei Darrell Ng from the Land Development Division. So he's going to walk you through the project's update, PowerPoint.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Darrell Ng, Land Development Division. Again, this is a brief update on projects in East Kapolei. We have two major project areas, Kanahili and Kaulo'okahai. First, Kanahili, total of 404 single-family lots. We have all but about 3 or 4, I think, still under construction, or occupied, 3 or 4 under construction. So basically completed with this subdivision. We also have the HHL offices, community facilities, the kapuka behind us here, as well as the fire station and 2 commercial properties under land development. The one on the corner, also known as Ho'omaka, I understand is going to be opening next month. Next, please. Other projects in the region, we have University of Hawaii, of course, Mauka Elbas. There's the Kamakana Ali Shopping Center, Makai of us here. The whole Pili Master Plan community is surrounding our Kaulo'okahai on 2 sides, to the Honolulu side. And of course, the Skyline Rail Transit Station right outside of our property, which just opened this last summer. Next, please. Okay, within the Kaulo'okahai Master Plan community, there are parcels that are owned by other entities. One being Salvation Army. I think we missed one.
Yeah, one slide back.
Yeah, there you go. Salvation Army has the Ray and Joan Kroc Community Center in green. There are 2 parcels owned by HHFDC, which are managed by third parties, low-income housing projects, Ka'o'ula, which translates to the Red Elima plant, 308 units, and Ke'ahumoa Place, which is 320 units. Both are already completed and occupied. The two parcels in blue, one is the Honolulu Middle School, which is completed in operation, and the other is the future elementary school. Other DHHL parcels, 2C in the middle, or 2B in the middle in yellow, is 160 lots. 139 were developed by Gentry. All those houses are completed and occupied. The remaining were issued to, as vacant lots to owner builders or self-help builders. And I think those are, a handful of those have been occupied. The others are still working on their finances. Below that, Estimate 2A has been designated as transit-oriented development for multifamily housing and possibly some commercial. Once we get through the Act 279 RFQs, we'll go out for an RFQ for a developer for that parcel. Above it, along the rail line, it's designated as low-density apartment unit 3. That we don't have any plans for at the moment, but it's ideally situated for more transit-oriented development. It's right in between the two rail stations. Next, please. Okay, underway right now is increment 2C. That's a back one. That's a 23.9 acre parcel, 127 lots. We're about 20% through the construction of the infrastructure. It also includes extension of Manakapu Street over to connect with the Ho'opili subdivision. We already have tentative subdivision approval and will be applying for final approval very shortly. Next portion of this would be the backbone infrastructure. This is to create future lots, future subdivisions. That is in the process of being reviewed by the Cheating County. We have their tentative approval and they're now reviewing construction plans. With completion of those roads, we'll now have 3 additional increments to develop. Increments 2E, 2D, and 2F. Currently, we're showing about over 400 units there, but we've also issued a request for qualifications and accepted the application of Gentry to develop these lots. So they'll continue the development of 2C, including the houses, construction of the backbone infrastructure, then planning, design, and construction of both infrastructure and houses for these new increments 2D, 2E, and 2F. In talking to them, they think we can exceed our estimated 400 to 500 units to maybe 600. So we'll be working with them on the development agreement and hope to get that finalized before the end of the year. And all this would be Act 279 funded. Our current estimate is 109 million, but it may go up depending on our guesstimates of inflation and labor rates over the next 5-6 years. So that's what the future development looks like. And last but not least, we have Kaupea Phase 2. This is a parcel we acquired from HHFTC late last year. We put out a request for proposals, and we've accepted Mark Development as the project developer. They'll be putting in both the infrastructure, the roadways, including a traffic signal to let people cross Kapolei Parkway, as well as about 60 houses. Currently, they're looking at about 30 30 turnkey lots and another 30 rent with option to purchase lots. And funding for that, again, will be Act 279. That concludes my presentation. Open to any questions.
Any questions? Oh, Ivalani McBrayer.
Hello, Commissioners. As the president of Kaupea Homestead, and I'm looking at the presentation, when we first brought our homes back in '07 and '05, there was a presentation that there was going to be a community center and park. I also know that 2 months ago, we had the Department of, Stewart was there and is planning. And in the consideration of the 326 homes, that there was gonna be a community center and park, and that they would have communicated with us what the development would have been. I haven't heard, so I just walked in and I see it. That was just my concern, Chair, is that when you don't have a park or a community center, you cannot gather the people. And if you look at all the homesteads that have a place of gathering, that's who we are as Hawaiian. You know, you have to gather. And we recently just had an accident in the intersection of Kama'aha and Kapolei Parkway, where that park is even more dangerous. So I think, you know, I'm quite shocked that the department in this previous administrative has gathered the community for beneficiary consultation to state what it would look like for us as a community. And to see, I know Act 279 has to provide homes for, you know, using funds to get people off the wait list. But if we are building homes without the gathering of a community center or park, it kind of, I find it that you're putting us in a situation of not being able to engage. And I hope that, you know, the last meeting that we had, Darryl, nothing was set in stone. And I was informed in our community that the department, whether it's planning or LDD, would have worked with the community and what this plan looks like. So this coming up to me is something new. And I hope that they can consider what we've been doing for the last 16 years. In January, I will make 17 years in Kaupea. And I think I'm gonna have to go back to my community, and I can tell you, you're gonna have a lot of upset Hawaiians, because not to gather, Chair, you know, without a park, we have been going to Malu'ohai. In the past years, and I'll bring that out forward, that was so many accidents of our own people, because an MOU states that you have to have a traffic light in that area by the 9-acre parcel of whoever is developing. And as you can see, Kaupea is very developed. We have getting our own people, whether it's from Malu'ohai or Kaupea, the students getting banged. You know, and so my thing is that I would hope that the department and beneficiary consultation will do that beneficiary consultation. Because I'm telling you, going back down to 326 homes, and we felt like we've done all the due diligence of what the department asked. What is your vision? What do you see it like? What do you want? What would it take? And then we come up with 60 homes, no park, and that's it. I, as a president, that's not something, and I'm sure that hopefully we could have discussed some of that planning and talk with the community, because I feel like it was a false narrative for us homesteaders that are looking to gather in our community and shot down. So I'm hoping that nothing's set in stone, that a drawing board can always go back and we can design accordingly. That's what I have to say as the president. Very disappointed that we wasn't consulted, or it's not what we had desired, as previous administration and this administration did promise the homesteaders. So they're gonna have to go and address the angry homesteaders of Kaupea that that's not gonna happen. Mahalo.
Okay, let me just clarify a couple of things. One thing that is part of this development is the traffic signal at Kapolei Parkway and Puenako Street. So that is something that the developer will be responsible to include in the development. There will be some open areas and also putting all of the cluster mailboxes together in one location. Okay, so I think we tried to see if we could get further open space, but our main priority was to get 60 homesteads on this parcel. I'm not aware that there was any kind of commitment for a community center. I know there was some discussion about open area, but not a community center. And so that's the instructions that we were provided with, and then we went out with a request for proposal as part of Act 279. And so we're like, as far as, I think we're imminent in terms of completing the development agreement for this development, and approximately $16.6 million.
So Stuart, Chair.
Go ahead.
So you said that there is open space in this development and haven't decided on what you're gonna do with that open space right now?
The developer's proposal included a small playground area, as well as a very small mini park. You know, benches, little walkway, people can sit, hang out after picking up their mail.
So is there a requirement if there's a certain amount of homes that are gonna be constructed with the Honolulu City and County Code that have to be a park or a community center? Not have to be, but should be included as part of the planning process? I know this is 60 homes, but you're gonna get kids and children living in those homes, and they need a place to go. You don't want them to cross the street and go, you know, so I just was just wondering if you had open space, what kind of open space you have, and, you know, if there's a potential park development.
As part of the Villages of Kapolei Association, both Malua High as well as Kapea, the current and future, they all have access to the Villages of Kapolei Community Center, which I understand includes a pool and some recreation areas.
They also have access to the Croc Center, isn't that true?
Yeah, with membership. And then there are, of course, other Kapolei Association facilities open to all beneficiaries up here at Kepuka.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, what's the next one? Oh, E4 Act 279 Implementation Progress Report. Stuart?
Mahalo, Chair. So this is for information only. It's a progress report of Act 279 as of earlier this month. I tried to summarize the highlights of what the department has been doing. Maybe I will just try to articulate that in a somewhat more simple fashion than trying to, you know, read through the matrix. And the matrix is also prepared for the House of Representatives. They have a House Resolution 10 working group. Chair and I have been meeting with that working group from the beginning of this year. We meet at least monthly on this. Unfortunately, Representative Hashimoto, who's the chair of the Housing Committee in the House, has been designated as a senator replacing Senator Agaran. And so we're waiting for the new housing chair to be nominated, and then we can continue our discussions with the working group. So what we do every month is we provide them with an update, and the key things to look at on the last page of your exhibit, the bottom line, is for fiscal year 2023, the department encumbered almost 190, almost $193 million. Okay, that's, if you look for the column labeled encumbrance status as of August, and a column I guess should be November 14th. Okay, so you see 192.641367 million. Okay, that's what we encumbered in fiscal year 23. We're currently in fiscal year 24, and we anticipate encumbering close to 485 million, and that total would bring us over 600 million. How we arrive at that is currently we have a contract for Lanai residence lots planning and design, $2 million. So the governor released Act 279 funds, so that contract is now in process of being certified and encumbering those funds. Kaupea Phase 2 development agreement, which Darryl spoke about, earlier was listed at $11.9 million, but the final negotiation, which would include the traffic signal on Kapolei Parkway, is $16.8 million. So I need to adjust that table. We also completing negotiations on development agreement for East Kapolei to the master developer. And as Darryl mentioned, that one is estimated to be about $109 million. We have other land and project acquisitions from the original request for proposals in 2022, including Wailua Mill Camp. That was awarded to Mark Development, and we're estimating that to be $19 million. I think that's going to actually go higher to 21 million. And then we're continuing negotiations with Eva Villages, Pilina Homes. That is still ongoing. And so what that brings us to is roughly about $175 million. Okay, so when you add 192 million with 175 million, that brings us to a total of about $360 million. Okay, so the further plans for Laiopua and Villages of Leali'i would be to issue requests for qualifications, and we're planning to do that to issue Laiopua before the end of the year, and then to issue the RFQ for Villages of Leali'i at the beginning of 2024. And both of those developments are estimated to be $120 million, so about $60 million each. That will bring our total to exceed $600 million. Okay. In addition, what was proposed in the strategic plan was to provide financing for developments and partnerships. And what we're considering right now is to provide interim construction financing for the house construction, much like we do for individuals, but this would be for the developer. And then in return, what the developer would do is they would reduce the house cost because we're providing the interim financing, whereas if they had to go out and secure private financing, then the house price would be reflected higher. So we think this is a good thing because also this interim financing will revolve back to the department. And when you add, I guess, when you add all of that together, yeah, we're going to far exceed the $600 million.
Any questions? Commissioner Wall?
So Stuart, just for some clarity, I was trying to follow your mana'o. So for fiscal year 23, about 192 million is encumbered.
Correct.
And then also FY 23, is that 175 or 172 that's encumbered?
Commissioner, so we have requested from the governor to release another 175 million. So we have that allotted to the department. So now we can start encumbering projects such as what we talked about, Lanai, Kaupea, East Kapolei 2, Mill Camp, and Pilina. So that would total approximately 175. We know we have to go in for more requests for allotments.
Okay, so FY 23, FY 24, if you combine the two, is that the 367 million you're talking about?
Yes, it is. This is what we have in the mill right now.
Okay.
This is, okay. We're going into development agreements, completing negotiations. So we're pretty certain about this. Well, not pretty certain, we're certain about this.
So that's what you would put in the encumbered bucket? Or close to, yeah, okay. Okay, and then you mentioned we're going to be over the 600 million. Is that 607 million that's going, is that the estimated projected figure? Or is it, because I see here also so the 485 plus the 192 comes out to 677 million. Is that the number we should be focusing on?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
I want to also note that what I was discussing about the project financing / partnerships, this is the interim house construction financing. So we have potentially 8 projects that would want to dip into this funding. So we're estimating anywhere from maybe $10 to $15 million per project.
Okay, you got it. And then I see here There's a section here for project management staffing, 61 positions for $5 million. How does that work? How does that conform to Act 279? I'm just trying to figure that out.
This is something that the department is contemplating to do to help with the implementation of the project, and I might ask the chair.
Okay, I'll ask the chair.
Yeah, on the getting these projects done, we're going to need certain personnel in-house. Unfortunately, we're restricted with our existing, staffing. We've been having a hell of a time making up and filling close to 40% of our, approved positions. So one of the things that is very, very important is that we bring on staff that can implement and get these projects moving, because we do have a deadline. And under our current staff, we really don't have sufficient staff to do the analysis as well as manage, as well as get these projects moving as quickly as I'd like. Moreover, especially with these new projects that are being proposed, it's very important that we do the analysis in a very timely fashion. So one of the things that we need to do is bring on staff. Part of in our discussions with the governor, or my discussions with the governor, as well as other agencies like the Public Housing Authority, including HHFDC, is that we need to, and the governor agreed and actually issued a emergency proclamation, 2 of them. And part of it was to speed up the process in us bringing on staff that we need. We need these guys. We brought on a couple already that have been very, very instrumental in getting some of these and vetting some of these new projects. But still, that's not enough. I mean, we need guys to do the numbers, the pro formas, figure out, what's being proposed, if the prices are reasonable, how can we redistribute and make these projects a little bit more efficient. We also, when we're doing the developer agreements and negotiations, we need staff for that. With Darryl, he's retiring at the end of the year. Stuart, he's great. He has some good staff that are starting to learn, but they're not at the level that I need in order to really get these projects moving along. Now, this funding obviously is needed to get these additional staff. The procurement process, some of the other, things that have slowed up the process, we now, with the support of the governor, with his emergency proclamation, can move that along. So that is needed, and so we need to get approval. And this is, again, part of the readjusting the budget, realigning some of the projects, as well as incorporating some of the new projects. All of that has to be taken up by the commission and approved. So this is something that hopefully we can get it done and submit it to you guys for consideration, hopefully by December, if not January at the latest. Because I can't take too long, because we really do have to make decisions on a lot of these. But presently, we don't have sufficient staff.
So I would be remiss if I didn't disagree that, because I think Darryl and Stuart are very high functioning in terms of what they bring to the table. But I would agree that there's inadequate staff. So I agree with that. So my question is, what might some of these positions look like? Oh, and so are we going to go contract? We're going to bypass the civil service positions? How does that work?
Primarily a contract.
Okay.
These are temporary, so for such a period of time. And then beyond that, we might move to, and we are going to go into the legislature to maybe make some of these positions, not all of them, permanent, Part of the challenge is the civil service positions we have, they don't attract people that we need. And so we have to use this alternative approach, which the department has used quite a bit historically, successfully. In this one, we're in a different ballgame where we got, close to 30 projects we got to get moving. So I need staff to get these projects moving. And, no disrespect for, Stuart and Darrell, they're excellent. And, I was hoping Darrell would stay on, but, he's going to retire at the end of the year. And so, I need, and I have brought on a few people, but I need a lot more.
Okay, so we'll get to take a look one day at what those.
Yeah, it would be approved by the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. Yes, Stuart, maybe you could answer this question. For fiscal year 24, maybe 25, I know there is a land acquisition and development for Waialua Mill Camp. Yeah? Okay. So is there any potential land acquisition for Oahu other than, is there any?
I believe that Mill Camp and Kaupea acquisitions were the two primary ones, or excuse me, Eva Villages, the Haseko Pilina Homes. So we're continuing to negotiate that development agreement.
So how much was the cost for the land acquisitions? Is that the total amount?
Okay, so Kaupea was about 8.2 million. That was from the state. Wailua, the acquisition is about 2 million. Haseko, about 17 mil. That one is being sourced by Nahasda funding. So that doesn't impact the Act 279.
So Kali, what about the land you mentioned in the last meeting in Hawaii Kai? Is that?
Yeah, we're talking with KS. They have approached us about some land exchanges. They've identified some projects that they may be willing to exchange. They've actually gone as far as to make almost all their lands available for our consideration, which is actually wonderful in the sense that, especially on the Big Island, they got some good lands on the Hamakua coast. On this island, they have lands in Haleiwa, Hawaii Kai, some other areas. So we're kind of vetting those. And so, that's, again, an opportunity where we can flip our inventory to make the inventory of good lands. Because, it's when we're dead and gone, hopefully this program will last another 100 to 300 years. And so if we're saddled with all these, very marginal and bad lands, it's gonna make it tough for the department to move forward. That's why I view this as an opportunity to acquire some excellent lands. And unless we take advantage of that and, we don't do that, I think that's all on us. So when I come to the department or this commission very shortly, I'm going to come to you with some excellent lands, but it's not going to stop there. It's going to be an ongoing process because I feel that, even as we talk, there's other developers, there's other trust lands that are starting to come to the top for our consideration. And so maybe we acquire lands and we don't develop it in 1-2 years, but looking down the road, 10 years from now, maybe we develop part of what we get in phases. 10 years from here on out and moving forward, these lands are going to make a tremendous difference to the program. And so that's why, as part of my goal in trying to serve the commission as well as this program, is to identify these lands Fortunately, I have some good working relationships with the trust, as well as I brought on people that are also very good. And so we collectively, with your support, we will change the makeup of our land inventories to make it successful invariably in the future.
Yeah, I brought this up because Oahu is over 11,000 people on the waiting list and the least amount of lands for housing. So that's why I'm bringing that up. Thank you, Carly. Thank you.
Kalikini?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stuart. Just to clarify, Stuart, I'm looking on the last page. And so for fiscal year 23 encumbered is 192 million. That's stuff we've encumbered or whatever plans.
Contracted.
Contracted,
Yes.
okay. For fiscal year 24, we're looking at 485 million total. Is that correct? Projected
yes, sir.
to be encumbered.
Yes. Mhm.
So, Chair, when you add that to the 192, it's over 600. Does that mean you'd have to go to the ledge to try and get 77 more?
Without a doubt.
Okay, and then I guess that would apply to the projected in 2025, which is another 132 million.
Yeah, but let me also explain, when you say projected encumbrance, when you look at the list of projects, that's where we really gotta, take a look and see, well, is this infrastructure for this particular site going at, 400,000 per lot versus, well, we can get these two new lands and it costs us maybe 200,000 in infrastructure costs per lot.
Okay.
So should we kind of move that other one on the side and go for some other ones? And clearly, in looking at least a very cursory, well, actually in-depth analysis, we do have projects on this list that's what we should be doing.
So along that line, the Act 279 monies, is the time frame to encumber all of that June 30th, 2024?
Well, right now it is. We're going in with a bill to extend it.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to start off clarifying that.
Sure.
I wanted now to go down to more detailed stuff, Stuart. On the page, second phase, Honolulu. First page, Honolulu subsistence ag lots. So what we got for fiscal year 24, that's for phase 2. Yeah, so what is IFB, the acronym, in the status column?
Okay, so IFB stands for Invitation for Bid. So
Okay.
this is a type of project that we go in with designs, plans, we go to low bid contractor.
Okay, and so that's what that 6 million is, what we're projecting for phase 2 of subsistence eggs in Honolulu, correct?
Yes, so what we're trying to do right now is we communicated with the consultant that we want to try to bid it out in the second quarter of 2024 calendar. If we can do that, we might be able to encumber it in by June 30th, 2024. But because of the various projects we're working on, we pushed it out just to be a little bit safe. But this would be something that we would need to request additional funds for.
You mean additional in the amount of 6 million? Or
Yes.
be more than 6 million?
That's the current estimate, but just FYI, as we go through the all of the topographic work, the soils analysis and whatnot, we're finding some site conditions that require us to invest more time and funds into.
Okay. My last question, Kaumana. So we acquired this property, and I don't see any projections or plans for fiscal 24, 25. What's our plans with Kaumana?
Kaumana was, the proposal was acceptable by the selection committee for acquisition only. And so it is primarily being land bank. We're Currently, our focus is on Honomu. And in the upcoming legislature, we're also requesting funds to further P. Honua homestead.
Okay. Thank you, Stuart, but I got one last question for you, Chair. So earlier in the year, we met with Mayor Roth and some of the staff members, and there was an opportunity, Panaeva, Maku, et cetera. Any further updates on the opportunities that we discussed? Like, for example, getting the water system for Maku so we can get more lots, and then maybe extending the sewer system, Panaeva, so we can get more lots there. Any updates on that?
Yeah, we're actually working with all the different counties to work in partnership to go after some of the infrastructure money. There's quite a bit of infrastructure money out there. So I think if we can work in partnership where we actually file an application, and that's why we've actually brought on some people, and I've redesignated Gigi Corral, who's very familiar with the federal funding programs, to focus in on that. And so we've also brought on a couple consultants, including 2 other people. So with respect to the partnerships, as well as more importantly, the financing, that's kind of a separate initiative. We're not looking to use any of our Act 279 monies for that. Is with respect to your specific question, yeah, Mayor Roth, we are having some ongoing discussions. I think you might have seen in the civil beat at the CNHA conference, he mentioned the Waikoloa, and they have some lands that they're willing to transfer to us without cost. So again, that's the kind of situation where we don't have to buy land, and then we partner with a county that's in the business, where we can maybe combine and get one developer or contractor to do, say, 400 instead of 200 units. You get the per unit cost down. So these are the areas that we're looking at. There's just a bunch of different sites we're looking at in partnership with not only the counties, but other developers too. It's an exciting time in a sense that, you know, we do have the 600 million, but I think there's an awareness out there, not only in the counties who have stepped up. They're now providing us some infrastructure money independently from Act 279, both in this county as well as Maui. You know, it's never been done before. And so it's never been done before. We put out RFPs to invite developers to consider partnering with us or selling us their projects that are maybe stalled and lack either entitlements or sufficient funding. So this is a real, you know, opportune time for the department. And I request your patience and understanding that this isn't something that's going to happen overnight, guys. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process. I'm going to be coming to you guys a lot over the coming years with all these different projects. And it's not going to be, as of this date, these are the projects. No, it's going to be an ongoing process that goes beyond Act 279, goes beyond the existing inventory we have. That, you know, let's take this opportunity. I you know, reach out to all the commissioners, whether those that are less informed versus those that are more informed. But let's work together and really get this program moving. Sure.
Sure. I'm sorry. Still amazing. So I see under land project acquisitions, it seems like that's some of the, it says permitted action group to amend the strategic plan for Act 279. That's some of the stuff you're talking about.
Yeah,
what do we
exactly.
move forward? What do we don't move forward? Right. On the project manager staffing, the $5 million, I understand the need for that. But that's going to require an amendment to Act 279 because it wasn't in the original Act 279. So will that have to go to the ledge for approval?
No, let me say, you know, whether, and that is a good question, and you know, I do have to have some, I guess, counseling from the AGs whether that is going to require. If I got to go to the legislature, so be it. If it's clear that we can use it, then we're going to move forward with the approval of the commission. If not, then and we are not successful at the legislature, then I'm going to look at other funding that the department had. We have like 130 million sitting in the bank that from the original 600 million that's not being used. I think we have some flexibility with the use of those funds.
What I hope is that if we do get this $5 million to get these positions, that eventually, you know, these positions refer to the budget in terms of the budget being controlled, being paid for by the state, if you understand what I
I'm
mean.
always trying to get it from the state, but
Yeah.
sometimes, you know.
Well, I mean, it'd be part of our personnel costs, which is borne by the state.
Right.
But I mean, saying down the road, let's get it started, get it kicked in. If it happens, it happens. But eventually, I don't want to carry 5 million out of the 279 fund
No,
forever.
no, yeah,
If you
I agree,
understand what I
I agree
mean.
with that, sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner, quick question, sorry. Leopold, Bridges 1 and 2, first page. Act 88, can you just refresh me real quick on that, in reference to the water?
Sure. Okay, so prior to Act 279, Act 88 is from the legislature 2021.
Okay, yeah, it's
In the budget bill, there was a proviso for $12.2 million for water development and subdivision. So we're using those funds to purchase the well site, the Giannulis well site. It's not going to be 12 million. It's going to be somewhat less, I think.
And then that's enough water to take care of the rest of the Leopold development? Or do we have to look at a separate one?
It'll take care of a portion of the Laiopo water development, and my colleague Andrew Choi has much more detailed information on that.
It's late in the day, I didn't want to prolong this thing. Sorry, Andrew, I didn't know you put you on blast here today, brother.
Thanks, keeps my head in the game and.
Yeah, you look like you're kind of falling asleep over there, so I wanted to bring you in.
We gotta keep you on your toes, man.
Commissioner, we assume that the well that we would be able to develop at the Giannulis property would be a 1 million gallon per day well. We still have to do the testing, but assuming that it is 1 million gallons per day, we assume that we can produce about 1,100 water credits, which would equate to 1,100 houses. In addition to the Giannulis property, we are also actively pursuing acquisition of a KS well site. That one, there is an existing well. It has been tested, so we're a lot more certain on the water that we can get from that one. So we're pursuing both sites simultaneously. As Stuart had mentioned, we need multiple well sites to fully build out our lands in North Kona.
That's the Keoho site, right, you're talking about?
Correct,
Okay.
Keoho.
Yeah, thanks for your guys' help, man, appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Chair, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so, you know, Act 279 gives us so many great opportunities to further our homesteading program, new awards, reduce the waiting list. In addition to that, we have a lot of other projects that are not Act 279 projects. These are existing homesteads. Take, for instance, Na'iva in Ho'olehua, Kalamo'ula. Agricultural lots will need additional CIP funding. These are already awarded, so they don't qualify for Act 279 waitlist reduction. And so we really got to push for those projects also. We have in our sufficient sums asked to the legislature this year about 200 million for lot development and about 300 million for R&M projects. And so these are our sewer projects, our drainage projects, et cetera, in existing homesteads, which are health and safety issues. So, I mean, besides Act 279, we have probably $1 billion worth of projects that are ongoing in the department, which involves a lot of not just LDD, but other divisions. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is not just an LDD thing. It involves all of our divisions and the support of our ASO and our fiscal office to pay the bills.
Okay, that's a good point, Stuart. Yeah, we're going into the legislature for all kind of funding, not just on the excess needed for Act 279 projects. We're also, with the governor's support, going in for about 20 million for fire prevention activities, so that which is very, very important. So we do have one person signed up to testify. Demond?
Actually, not just me, but my expert over here, Ivalani, on why I want to raise this issue. I'm glad that you're bringing on staff to help you manage the development of all these projects. And the reason I say that is because what happened to Ivalani and the Kaupea homestead over there, we find out now after all these years that the developer went screw up on plumbing and electrical in the homes, that when she brought in experts, in fact, just she can speak on them more. But I was helping her advocate for her until she got the attorney. Once the attorney got involved, I had to step aside. But you know, when we brought that up to the last administration, Ayla told me straight, he said, that's the developer's problem. That's not the department's problem. So I hope that when you bring in on this new staff, and I support that you bring in on this staff, because this is, after all, Hawaiian homelands. It's not any other place. That you will have an expert or a specialist on hand that will go around before they close up the walls to be able to look at all the wiring and all the plumbing to make sure it's not subpar materials and that it is up to code, whether it's the Kanaka code that we develop in the department or the city code or the state code, you know, federal codes, whatever. Because we find out later on, oh, a guy will use subpar stuff and the thing is all jam up, but like Ayla said, that's not our problem, it's the developer. Then it becomes our problem that we gotta go chase down the developers and go hire lawyers to go sue these guys years later. So I wanted her to expound on what happened to her situation, and not only her house, but her homestead. Just stick to that issue about.
Yeah, I will speak actually on the other residents besides myself, because I'm not able, because I do have an attorney at the moment, but.
And I'm good after that.
I think, you know, when we think about developing of housings, you know, we add our standard. And I look at, from being in a construction field with my father being in the union, you have the highest standard of federal housing. So I look at Hawaiian Homes as federal housing. And when we hire union, we are expected to pay them the union wages, which is the highest wages. But if you look at it from what I see from other people, and I know, Stuart, you had spoke to Miley Kaupua, who's another resident from Kaupea that has the issues, is that there's no quality control. And you know, Commissioner Helm, when we came to a J agenda back in February of 2019, you commended me for bringing this up, because if we're going to build future homes, we have to look, the commissioners have to look at how we are developing. And I'm not sure if we're taking on city, and if you're looking at the city on the DPP, it's shameful of what's happening. So when we think of the developer, whether it's a department developing or another big developer, you have to think that inspections and all of these things of quality, of standards should be at the highest. And I don't think that the department has looked at that. And I think if we are going to build, Commissioner, what you have talked back in 2019, and Commissioner Owl, I say 5 years later, let's bring it back. Let's ensure that the homes that we build is built correctly, health-wise and safety-wise. And I think, Chair, it's very problematic. And so if we're going forward on Act 279 on the 600 million of building homes, I speak with a lot of waitlisters. And if we are developing and building substandard housing, I believe, in its pre-development, where it's problematic. And I think that this step forward should be a step forward in ensuring that these processes in the pre-development until the build out is at the utmost highest level of quality homes, because the department ensures the payment, right, of the home to be built. But what is even just as important is that the quality of that home being built. You can guarantee the mortgage, but what is guaranteeing the mortgage when you're not guaranteeing one safe and proper home? And I think I'm asking the commission in behalf of just, CalPay and the rest and the waitlisters that we need to address this. It's important to build houses, but do we have that right people in place to ensure the quality control? From what I can see, it has not. So Commission, if we can address that, I'm all for building homes, but building safe homes. And I think that is a very important issue that I don't know if the department or whether it's the LDD or whoever it is. I think that the commission has that power to be a part of that process. And that process needs to be looked at again if we are building off of that Act 279 money. Mahalo.
Very good points. Thank you, Yvonne. Anything else?
Nothing to add.
Okay, what's the next one? F10, identification.
Mahalo, Stewart, for that presentation, for that workshop. I'm still trying to download the 474 pages to find what you folks were discussing in the packet. So I'm just making a public request, Leah, because I think I just sent you a request. Oh, we'll do it now. Requesting that the hard copy of everything that's being discussed, a copy or two be provided on the desk like it used to. So those of us that don't have a printer or don't want to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 pages, because we don't know everything that's going to be discussed and we don't know the relevancy of it to us or even the severity of it overall. And when we're talking Act 279, it's totally relevant, totally necessary, because this is the first time that we've ever had that much money. And so this is, and this is why, Chairman Watson, that I supported you, because I knew that you can do it. But I would also appreciate transparency. And so when we talk about workshops, I would hope that the workshops is for all of us, for those of us that are present in the room and those of us that are online. And so perhaps we could have the presentation like normally it is online, so that even though we don't have the printed copy, we can see what we're all referring to. The best thing that I could find, because I couldn't download those pages, was the October 23rd working group meeting that you had with the legislatures. So if us as beneficiaries cannot have access to the information within that timely manner, it's way hard for us to keep up. And so I can imagine for you, the commissioners, to have it up. So when I petitioned to be on tomorrow's J agenda, I was informed that we needed to have our presentation last Monday. But I do know from previous commissioners' meetings I've attended that sometimes that deadline is not met. And so sometimes there's documentation that you see that isn't even in the book, but obviously you need to have it because you're making decisions on these. So likewise, I think the beneficiaries would appreciate having a copy of it in this room while we're speaking. Mahalo.
Yes. Okay, thank you for your input. Let's see, the next item is F10, identification of DHHL properties that we could probably generate revenue on, just for information only. I'll allow him to present it, and then I got to go to another. Yeah.
Hello, Commissioners, Kahana Albino, Land Management Division. Item number F10 is a short PowerPoint presentation in an effort to provide you guys some information in regards to some of the properties that were identified as assigned by Chairman Watson to identify some of the properties that we think would be appropriate for revenue generating purposes. So in the slide, I have about 11 slides, and each slide will give you 3 renderings for one site. So for example, this first site we have here, I've identified is our West Kalaeloa, Oahu. You have the TMK up there. It's TMK number 191013, parcel number 1. You see the highlight highlighted parcel, highlighted in gray. Mike, you can, yeah, right there. And you can next, and you'll see the land area that we have identified as 43 acres, 43.021 acres. And it also identifies itself in the Oahu Island Plan under figure 5.5, the Honouliuli Ahupua'a Kalailoa, and the land use designation as industrial. The next slide, you'll see a Google overview of the particular site. Again, it's right off of Malakole. That's the only access. Actually, off of Malakole, and you also have access from Komohana Place. And then the next slide will give you a rendering of the island plan that I referenced. And the island plan, the site is the one way on the left, Mike. Yeah, that one there. So as we go through the slides, again, you'll have 3 renderings, one of the TMK, one of the Google aerial, and one of the specific island plan that is represented. Okay, next slide. And again, this is in no specific order. I put it Oahu first because we're on Oahu. And we're looking, again, like I said, these are properties that have been identified in our island plans for revenue generating purposes. This next site is out in Pearl City. TMK is identified as 197024, parcel number 50. It's a total of, next slide, total of 20 acres. Unfortunately, this is kind of sloped, so the actual usage is right where Mike has that red red dot. It's about 11 acres. Go back up, right in that area, right in that area. No, not down, that one right there. It's about 28. It's about 8 acres that is developable. The rest of it is kind of a mountainside that is hard to develop. Next slide. And you can kind of see the rendering there from a Google aerial, highlighted in blue, and that's the area that Mike has that red cursor over. Next site, next slide. And again, this is the site where Mike, yes, right there, is identified in our Oahu Island Plan, figure 5.7, the Waiawa Ahupua'a, and the land use designation we have under there is industrial. Next slide. This one is in East Kapolei. It's right over here next to the fire station. That's the one empty site between the fire station and our newest KCDC development that is coming up for opening next month. You can see it identified there. Again, TMK 191151, parcel number 051, I believe. Next slide. And you'll see the aerial right there. It's about 2.189 acres. And again, identified in our 2014 Oahu Island Plan under figure 5.4, the Kapolei area, and the land use designation is designated as commercial. Next slide. This is kind of hard to see where it is. Okay, next one. This is in the Shafter Flats area. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 8 parcels, 9 parcels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 parcels with leases that are coming up for expiration. Covers an area of about 4.820 acres. It's identified in the Oahu Island Plan under figure 6.5. Again, in amount, it's referred to as a Wanalua Ahupua'a. Land use designation is industrial. Again, this is a TMK. This is an aerial view. You can see the yellow outlined areas. That's the specific parcels that we're hopefully going to go out with for long-term general leases, individual long-term general leases. And this specific area that we're talking about might go to the right in that area right there, that whole area right there. Okay, next slide. Next slide here is we have East Kapolei, Oahu, Verona number 1, TMK number 191182, I think it's 017. This specific property has yet come to come to us. from land exchange with the city and county. We're still going through that process. DOI has, we have some work still to do with regards to these properties before DOI accepts it, and before we can accept it. Next slide. You can see it right there on the left where Mike had that cursor is Kamakanali, and then on the right is with the blue outline is a specific property that I'm talking about, and it covers about 31.858 acres. I don't have, again, the island plan because this is not in our inventory as we speak at this time. Next slide is a Hilo Airport property, TMK 321012, parcel 70, highlighted there, covers about, next slide, about 11 acres, almost 12 acres. Yeah, identified in the Hawaii Island Plan, the 2002 Hawaii Island Plan as figure 4, East Hawaii. Hawaii Land and Forest land use designation is identified as commercial. Next slide. You'll see an overview of that. That's coming right out of the airport, and it'll be on your right as you come out of the airport and get on Kanoelehua Highway. Next slide. And in the island plan, I know it's kind of hard to see, but it's the, go up to your left, this way some more, Mike? Right at the corner, right there. That's the site that is identified in the Hawaii Island Plan for that specific parcel. Next slide. Next one, we got 2 sites in Kauai High. First one is TMK 361006016, identified, or the land area covers about 1.1 acres. Identified in a 2002 Hawaii Island Plan under figure 3, and the land use designation is identified as commercial. Yep, next one. Next slide. And identified, this is a kind of tough one to see also, this for information is identified. Next site is also in Kauai High. TMK number 61001-006013. Covers about 2 acres. Again, identified in the island plan that we were just looking at. You can go to the next slide. You see it right there highlighted by the blue. We have existing structures there also. So that's going to come back to us when we decide to go out with this property. And again, it's in that purple area. Mike has that dot identified, showing. This one, in Wailua, Kauai, about 41 acres, TMK number 439006009, identified in a 2004 Kauai Island Plan. Figure 6.2 Wailua Land Use Plan identifies it as commercial. This is right off of the Wailua, what highway was that? Kuhio Highway, I'm sorry, Kuhio Highway. And our property with the hotel is right there where Mike has, we also have a property right there. That's one that we had received from DLNR back in 2014, 15, right around there. It does have existing hotel. We're looking at our hotel type project in the future for that specific property. Next site. This one we've identified in central Maui. It covers, next slide, about 184 acres. Identified in the Maui Island Plan under figure 4.11. Punene Maui as an industrial land use designation. Next slide, next. And you see the parcels there identified in the white highlighted outline. And then here you'll see only a portion of it. Unfortunately, at this time we didn't have it in our inventory. We now have it in our inventory from DLNR. So that whole parcel there, that one, and that one makes up the 184 acres. Next site is total of 139 acres out in West Kalaeloa again. This is the infamous Pasha site. Identified in our 2014 Oahu Island Plan under figure 5.5, the Honolulu Ahupua'a in Kalaeloa. identified as industrial. You see that whole 139 acre highlighted in blue. Next site, and then it's highlighted right there in that purple designation in our island plan. That concludes my PowerPoint presentation. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? Mahalo Kahana.
So, the Shafter
Yes.
properties, is that already turned over to DHHL? Or?
We have, not all of them yet. We have 2 that are under right of entries because of the homeless situation and the risk of homeless ripping stuff up, electrical, doing damage to some of the structures there. We have a right of entry issued to a tenant there, two parcels. The other one we had mentioned this morning, I know it's going to be deferred till next month. We still have that month-to-month holdover for him to continue using that one site.
What was this parcel used for?
Industrial.
Industrial.
Yes.
With the Shafter, yeah, for
Yes.
Shafter, yeah.
And that's off of Keeley Hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, mahalo kahana. Just maybe 2 comments or questions. So there was a lot that you covered. You covered the entire state. I was kind of lost because you went from the middle, then you went south, then north, but that's okay. But I was paying attention to Hawaii Island, but what's the next steps?
So the next steps is like how we had this morning, and I know we deferred it from last month. I identified several properties for general leasing, and then we pulled it off. Tried to put one more back on this morning. However, it got deferred until we can figure out how we're going to offer that. So that's the next steps: is identify first, make sure I show you guys the properties and where they identify. We're not just pulling properties just to put stuff on.
Right. What would be helpful for me is Leah can send us the different maps and locations, but like one consolidated spreadsheet by island.
Okay.
You know, to take a glance at and then reference back to the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioner Neves.
Yes, Kana, so my concern is any of these require beneficiary consultation, and if they do, could you include that in your submittals?
To my knowledge, because they were already covered in the island plan, which involved beneficiary consultation, I'm not sure. I can defer to Andrew to see if those.
Sure, thank you.
Kahana mentioned that these parcels have been designated by the commission as commercial and industrial uses in adoption of the respective island plans. However, our beneficiary consultation policy does articulate that for any long-term use of Hawaiian homelands, that the department is contemplating that it does require to go out for beneficiary consultation. The consultation would cover what the proposed use would be. We know that it's going to be consistent with the land use designation, either commercial or industrial, but also what are the benefits to both the trust and to our beneficiaries. So those would be the things that we would go out with consultation for, and to see what our beneficiaries would like or would be open to considering for those properties.
Thank you, Andrew. And so, Kahana, in your presentation or in your submittals, can you please note whether they need beneficiary consultation or not? Because then we got to do hunt around and find out if they do or not. It puts more weight on the commission. We can spend more time on more important matters.
I just would like to add that typically we would go out for consultation once we have more specifics on what the revenue would be to the department, as well as what any, if any, benefits to
What the uses, okay,
yeah,
very good.
to our beneficiary community.
Yeah, as long as it's noted in the submission, then at least, beneficiaries are aware.
Appreciate it, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners to my left, anybody else? Okay. We have public testimony from Demand Manoole.
So I just wanted to bring something to you guys' attention, especially. So I don't know if you guys seen the news behind Pepe had the fire. And I said the 43 acres at Malakole just had that fire. So one of the concerns that I get is that a lot of our lands is that's not being utilized right now, only overgrown with grass and homeless and all that fires occurring and it will be prone to occur, to continue to occur. And I just wanted to reach out to the commission and say that because you guys take a long time to address issues, maybe you can make on kahea to our lahui and say, if you guys like step up to the plate and be what we consider ourselves to be is caretakers of the aina, that's us, right? We maka aina now, we do that. I'm willing to volunteer, you know what I mean? And I'm sure there's others in Allah who are willing to volunteer on all islands to come help you guys and go weed whack and clear properties, especially when it abuts upon private properties, businesses like Pape, because those guys get $1 million lawyers. And that's a cash cow for them to be able to sue the department and the state of Hawaii because we're not taking care of our side and their business is getting burned to the ground or injured in some way, shape, or form because of our negligence. So I don't like put no blame on the department or the commission. I just saying that I'm willing, and I'm sure there's others that be willing. If you guys make the kahea, I'm sure people will step up to the plate and say, we're willing to come in and help you clear out the lands, so at least give one big path so that if there is a fire, it doesn't touch upon private property owners and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see us having any more. Oh, I'm sorry, somebody else. Okay. Kapua.
Aloha, mahalo for your patience. Regarding these island plan zoning designations, I think they're great, but if I recollect several years ago, the Kalailoa Solar Project, which had years prior to it been designated as industrial for that type of usage, but when the solar farm was contracted by the department, I believe that there was a lot of community concern. And the community, when the department does this type of, I'll call it lump sum zoning or designation, that's great because that moves us forward. But when they find a purpose or a contractor for it, I think if we have time, it would be good to rehear the community again, because I wasn't part of that uproar, but to imagine that the department had made a decision, and I don't know how many years prior to it, that they designated it as industrial, which means that it could be used for this. But there were some concerns, I believe, about the contractor. So who are we working with? And are we helping each other? Or are we just helping the people, somebody else, and the department? Because I think the beneficiaries would like to have a say, even if it gets overrun, which oftentimes it does, but it helps us to be able to get this out in full transparency with you instead of in the coup-a manner, because we'd like to come and speak to the table. We don't always want to be protesters. We want to be protectors. We want to be proactive. We want to support. So just note to Kahana and to Andrew and to future types of lump sum designations. I mean, I do appreciate that we are moving forward, but sometimes we need to leave a gap for the beneficiaries to have their say in their space.
Mahalo. Do we have any more testifiers? Okay. Do I see? Okay, hand raised. Come.
Hi everyone, Relina Fa'agai. I was just listening to some of the comments about fire mitigation, and I know we're on a call probably with Andrew tomorrow because with the President's declaration, there's some FEMA funds and other agency funds that will become available for trust lands. And so other than the regular state being allotted a portion, there is an allocation set aside for trust lands. So we're going to try and find some avenue in which that could be in the benefit of the trust and the department, and we'll probably be able to report on that maybe next month. Just wanted to share that that is in the process, and so that way you don't just have to have volunteers because of insurance is important and other factors. So there might be some funds to be able to preserve the land without worry. Sorry,
Just let the commission know too that we've had our executive director who's asked for some of the lands if we can identify through LMD, through LDD, with these funds that we know is there for us to identify lands where we know fire is a risk.
Yeah, thank you for all of that, Mana'o. You know, coming from Maui, we certainly know what that can become. So we are listening very carefully, and we support the kahea to kokua one another to make our aina better and safer. So thank you for that.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, so I think I can say now, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for your participation. The commission will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. We are recessed. Thank you very much. Aloha.